then I can print them off.
See when that starts going around?
It's on now.
I'm going to do it on the recording.
It's on.
I'm going to do it on the recording.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, it's February 8th, 2014. This is the monthly meeting of the Cedar Mountain Fire Protection District Board of Trustees. It's 9:02 in the morning, and the meeting is called to order. The first item of business on the agenda is we're going to do the Pledge of Allegiance. So if you would stand and the gents take their tops off. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay, first item on the agenda is the chairman's comments, and I've only got about 6 pages of this, so. First, some general housekeeping rules. If you're not familiar with the building, behind you where that door is closed, on the right is a ladies' room. And for the gents, if you go through the portal there where it says restrooms, there's a men's room on the right and a ladies' room on the left. If for some chance we have to evacuate the building, you can either exit the building through the door you came in, which is to your left, or you can exit the door behind the board here, go out this door. And what we would like you to do is go across the parking lot to the south side over in the dirt area. You don't have to stand in the dirt. The chief will grab the roster, and he and I will do a sweep, seeing how there's not another... Well, Frank's here. The chief and Frank will do a sweep because they're associated with the volunteer fire department, and we'll take accountability across the parking lot. They're not here today, but I neglected in the last meeting, if you were here, we had a 15-minute break or so because a cake was brought, and we took a recess for 15 minutes. And I neglected to thank Eric and Lisa Boston for providing the cake, so I just wanted that on the record that was my fault. If you haven't done so, please check out the website. It's been updated. The draft minutes for January are posted on the website, along with other information. I just got an email last night from Duck Creek Ridge Homeowners Association. They now have a website also. So if you look under the homeowners website link on the left-hand side of the homepage and you click on it, all of those addresses have been updated. All you have to do is click on the link, and it'll take you to the particular homeowners association. Also, there's a link on the front page. I think Frank is the one that talked about it last week at length. There's a link there for Everbridge. If you haven't signed up for it, click on the link. It'll take you to the Kane County website and just follow the prompts. It's also on the left-hand side of the page under Everbridge. I'd like to thank Betty Moore for all the work she's doing. It's difficult when new people come in because we do things differently than the other folks that were on the board. And she's been working really hard through this transition process, trying to adapt to what it is we're doing versus the other board. I'd like to thank Chief Tuttle. Since he's been on, or since I've been associated with him, he's done a lot of work with various communities around here, including Panguitch, and he's been at the fire chief's meeting a couple of times. He's attended the LEPSI meeting, Local Emergency Planning Committee, and other activities. Went to training the other night in Alton. Was it the other night? Yep. So thank you. Board members, specifically Frank, Jay, and Sharon. Frank's been working really hard, but he's not getting overtime for it. I hope he knows that. He's getting familiar with the books and the accounting system and so forth, and Sharon's been helping him out because she's the carryover treasurer from the previous board in 2013. Jay's done a lot of work with the policies. I know I'm getting long-winded. The volunteers that have remained and some of the new folks that are starting to come back, I want to thank you for cooperating with Chief Tuttle. Actually on the website there are pictures on there from 2 weeks ago, last week, when you did the radio protocol training. It's just a nice thing to look at. On the downside, the board is elected to serve the people, and our responsibility is to protect property, the people, property, and the environment. And there's been 2 instances of this past month, where board members have raised their voice at the paid staff. They are members of the community, and they're doing their best to carry out any directions that are given to them by the board. And as far as I know, neither one of them are hard of hearing. So if we could all remember, and I hope you would all cooperate, try not to be yelling at the staff. It's not professional, and it also creates a hostile work environment, which we don't want to have. We want to have a good time here while we're doing our job. Just a reminder, the last thing, we talked about it last meeting. We're conducting the meeting under a modified version of Robert's Rules of Order. If we could continue that decorum this week, it would be appreciated. The board members had agreed to wave their hand or throw a paper or whatever if they want to speak. And at the conclusion of the board's discussion, the public will be allowed to make comments on the topic. We won't have a discussion with the public, but you can make some comments before we take a motion to vote on the topic, and we can consider that before we vote. And that's it for the comments. Moving along, the next item is the approval of the minutes. Has everybody had a chance to look at the minutes?
Yes.
Board members, everybody? North, south? Yes, yes. You didn't? You want a few minutes to look at them? No? No? Everybody happy with them? Anybody got any comments, corrections?
I would just make one comment that there are a couple of minor name spelling errors that have been identified recently that we'll take care of before we post them. They will not affect the content of the minutes. We won't modify that at all after a vote.
I move for approval of the minutes of January
Last month.
January 2014.
Okay, there's a motion on the table to accept the meetings, the minutes to the meetings for January 11th, 2014, with the caveat that we're going to correct the misspelled names that are in the minutes. Is that pretty good for a motion?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is it seconded?
I'll second the motion.
Motion's been seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Say no. Motion passes. Okay, the treasurer's report.
Okay. Now, is it going to be a final?
Oh yeah, I gotta do that, don't I?
While he's doing that, I just wanted to mention that we got a check for $597.50, which is the final amount that was with the fundraiser from Swains Creek. And they have on there that we will use the money to buy materials for the firefighter cubicles, the turnout gear that will be in the bay out here. So we really want to thank them for that. Okay.
Man, it doesn't look like it's there. Really? Oh no, sorry, wrong folder.
Will you set that down
Are you struggling to find it?
I think it's going to pick it.
Are they not here?
This,
Back up one folder process.
should I just tell him?
Here we go.
I don't see anything that says treasurer's report.
This consists of how many pages?
372, I don't know.
I don't
I think
know.
it's 15.
15? How many in the
Should I
clerk's
just-
Go over
report?
one?
It's all
Forward.
together. They're both together. It's a total of 1,000. Let's see if
So they aren't separated, they're together?
it has treasurer's
Okay.
report, and then it'll have the clerk's.
Apparently we don't have it electronically, and I didn't mention,
Okay.
but we're going to, What we're gonna do differently is we're gonna try to post everything up here, rather than making copies for everybody. If you want a copy of something, talk to Betty after the meeting, she'll make you a copy. So that way we're not just killing a tree. But I don't see the treasurer's report here, so if you want one after we're done, we'll make you one.
So I'll just tell you. Capital improvements, we have $195,231.42. The only difference there has been a little bit of interest. District Reserve Fund is $14,241.12, and we received most of these we received interest. So that's why the amounts are different. Fire funds checking, we have $5,443.93. There was a deposit made there. Fire fund saving, we have $391,289.64. And we had a deposit made there also from funds that came in. Fundraising savings, $18,306.72. Snow emergency fund, $125,352.90. Snow removal fund, we have $299,850.19, and that is down from the month before because we paid out some of the fees for the snow blowing, for a total of $1,049,751.92. There was just a couple of things I wanted to add. You would have seen that. I had some notes because you would have seen, and I was going to explain. We received taxes for the fire fund, and we received taxes for the more tax assessment money for the snow for the snow fund. And then I wanted to mention that we had Utah State Division of Finances. We had a loan that was paid off of $22,660, and that was paid off. So yes, yay, we're doing good. Okay, I think that's it. Any questions? Anybody have a question? Okay.
Can I get a motion
I move that we accept the treasurer's report.
Motion on the table to accept the treasurer's report as presented. Is there a second? Seconded. All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed?
Who made the motion, excuse me? You did, thank you.
Right. Jay seconded it.
I got that.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Moving on to the clerk's report.
Since the chair has set the stage for being long-winded, I'm going to do the same. I think it's important to be consistent and follow the lead. Before I get to that slide, very briefly, when you project, we work on 2 years here. The snow year is this winter, and it ends as soon as the snow season ends. But our fiscal year is 1 January to 31 December. So it can get a little confusing sometimes. So bear with me a little bit on this. And Jay's going to go into more detail on how the tax levies are actually applied shortly. But when you project out snow requirements for our fiscal year, we only have 98% of the monies that we are contractually obligated for snow removal. So depending on, now that's if we end up with a heavy snow year. Now you got to realize we're talking 2 snow years here, okay? We're talking this spring and we're talking next fall as our fiscal snow year. So it'll depend on the actual amount of snow that we get, but we're going to be very close on snow funds. That'll become a little more clear in a minute. To this slide here, it's a little bit busy, but I would ask you to look at the third line down that's labeled line 6, county fee income. You see 266,646 and change. That's 2013 taxes that were actually collected. Okay? If you can slide down towards the bottom of that to total expenses, Mr. Chair. When he gets there, you'll see that total expenses on this sheet will match the total income that you saw at the top. Okay? That's typical. Most of that will end up in what's labeled as the reserve fund. Why am I bringing this up? Because when you look at the 2013 taxes, we got 266,000 and change in revenue. When you look at budgeted expenses for the year, it's 261,000 and change. There's a $5,000 cushion, that's all. Okay? So for the board, that becomes important when you're talking about whether you want to spend money on something that's not budgeted, or you want to go over any of the budgeted expense category amounts. Okay? Because we're going to be real snug on money. We have the cash to pay the bills. I don't want anybody to misunderstand this, but it means if we go over the budget, it will mean that we dig into reserves to pay those bills. Okay? Because the tax levies for 2013, which is the money that we're operating on for this year, is just right at the budgeted amount. Is that clear? Okay. If you'll go to the snow report. Similar situation with the snow report. If you look at county fee income, line 7, it's the second line in there, but it's labeled line 7, 304,000 and change. That's how much the county paid us in 2013 taxes on the snow side. Two different categories here. One's for fire, one's for snow removal. 304,000. Our minimum contractual obligation for snow removal is 320,000 and change. Okay? If we have a heavy snow year, we could end up contractually obligated to $346,330, which is under expense line 23 there. You can see that number under the budget column. 346,330. If we get over 15 feet of snow during this budget year, fiscal year, we could end up obligated for 346,000. If we end up with over 24 feet of snow, our expenses will be above and beyond that. Okay? Income was 304,000. So I point that out because as we proceed through the year, I'm going to be at every board meeting talking about budget, talking about planning ahead, and talking about the certification letter that is due to the county in June that will set the tax levies for 2014. Okay? So, same situation with snow. We've got the cash to pay the bills, but if, I mean, you can see that we only had 304,000 of income. Minimum expense is going to be 320,000. So we're going to have to dip into reserves by 16,000 just to pay the bills this month. Okay? I mean, this year, I'm sorry, this year. Snow costs us about $45,000 a month for snow removal during the snow season. Any questions on that? Okay, that's all I have on the finances. I've been working with the Utah Retirement System Compliance Office because we're not in compliance right now with their system. We hired the new chief in December, and he was never put on the Utah Retirement System rolls as an eligible employee. So I'm working with them to get that done. We've already completed the paperwork for that. It's just a matter of getting it all massaged back and forth. We will have the back retirement donations that we'll have to pay. So we'll have December, January, and February back monies that we'll have to pay into that. I met with the county treasurer and clerk down in Kanab last week to get a good feel from them what they need from us when they need it, and spent about half a day down there talking with the two of them, and that was very productive, and I've got a much better feel now for what we're required to provide to the county. They also came up here and did training for us a couple of weeks ago, training for the board as a whole. So public thank you to them for both of those things and the amount of time they committed to helping us understand what all our obligations are. Last month I was asked to see if we could move our annual audit up. We got it up some. We got it up to 19 and 20 June from July. Next year I'm going to try, if I'm still here, try to do the same thing and move it up another month, try to get it into May. We'll just start working it a little bit earlier. Okay? So we are going to be audited 19 and 20 June. I mentioned the budget. I'm going to propose to the board next month a more detailed line item budget so that we can track monies a little bit better. When you look at the budget right now, it's just very basic, and it doesn't allow us to really get into where our money's going. And I think it would be easier on everybody and a lot clearer if we had subcategories so that we could pull out how much each vehicle is costing us, for example, instead of just vehicle maintenance as one big category. So I'll have a rough to be chopped to the board next month.
Can we get that early?
I'll
Be prior to the meeting, could you email it to us?
absolutely.
Thank you.
Another reason to do that, I already mentioned, we have to provide to the county the tax levy for 2014 before we do the budget for 2015. That'll become more clear when you hear Jay talk about how revenues come in. But we're going to need a pretty good handle on what we anticipate our expenses to run this department for 2015 by May, when we're asked for what the tax levy is supposed to be. Okay? And we have to provide that in June. So be thinking along those lines, and that's part of why I brought up earlier how close we are on revenue to expenses this year. And Pat is doing the minutes for us this month, so I just want to thank you for doing that. Appreciate it. That's all I have.
Mr. Chairman,
Chuck?
I've got a question, can I ask Frank? On purchase orders, are we using purchase orders?
In some cases, yes. Depends on how much money.
Okay, in accordance with that, with the policy.
Yeah.
Okay, are they recorded in, once a purchase order is issued, do we show that as a encumbrance against that budget item? Or,
Right now, we're not showing it as an encumbrance or liability until the check's written. We're not tracking that well ahead of time. No.
we are not, okay. Do we keep a running total of how much outstanding is outstanding in purchase orders?
Yes.
And that is, but that's not reported.
It's not reported on the monthly statement, no. Right now, in purchase orders, we've got a couple $100 maybe outstanding.
Okay.
That's about it.
Who is responsible for making sure that no purchase order or expenditure exceeds the budget?
Me right now.
Thank you.
Pat had a question too.
Mr. Gagliardi, you stated that the Utah retirement was not brought up to date for December or January. Do you know, for the beloved chief, do you know why?
No.
I thought the accountant always took care of that.
There's paperwork that's got to be submitted from here, not from the accountant.
Okay.
So it was just.
Because I understood that was supposed to go in, you know.
Yeah, it's supposed to, anytime you hire somebody, you're
Right.
supposed to report that to the state because we're a little bit unique. We fall under the firefighters retirement
Right.
fund, which is a little different than the public
Right.
service retirement fund. And so they require that all employees, full-time, part-time, doesn't matter. We have to report every employee, and for whatever reason, it hadn't been done until last week on Casey.
But that was the only month, it had been done before that, though, before December?
It was previously done for Chief Miller,
Okay.
but it stopped when he left and was never started up again.
Oh,
We just never reported we had a new chief.
okay, thank you. I know it had to be done, but I was supposed to.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board?
I move for approval of the clerk's report.
Okay, there's a motion on the table to accept the district clerk's report as presented. Is there a second?
So I'll second the motion.
There's a second to that motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Well, that was a weak one. Opposed?
Okay, no more reports from me then.
That's okay, Frank.
You know how to hurt a guy.
Motion passes. Okay, next up is the chief's report.
Okay, when I'm reporting on training hours, I'm not breaking it down for individual firefighters. I'm just saying how many hours we had for training. So we had 6 hours of in-house training on different topics such as communication, vehicle extrication, hydrant connections. We had 40-hour wildland certification training. That Earl was our instructor. We also had a 4-hour wildland refresher training for members of the department and others that came in. That had initially taken the training within the last 2 years, but didn't complete their certification process. So we were able to use this 4-hour refresher for those people as well as our members, and we're going to be able to get pack test done and then get the certification finalized. The pack test is going to be sometime within the next probably 3 months. I'm going to wait for some warmer weather and less snow, and we'll be able to perform this pack test, and then I'll submit all the documentation to you for at that time. We also had 4-hour vehicle extrication training held in Fredonia, Arizona, which was really good because we've got some of our guys had not had a chance to have hands-on practice, so we went to Fredonia and we sat in on one of their classes, and we went out and we did hands-on where we actually got to use We didn't take our equipment, but their equipment is very similar to ours, so we used hands-on equipment so we could practice modern extrication techniques. Regarding vehicle maintenance, all the rigs have been checked out weekly and all the equipment weekly, everything's good to go. We had a problem with our extrication equipment, but it has been repaired. It was a carburetor issue, but everything's 100% now. I started a new fuel recycling program where we're going to do it twice a year. So I finished all the fuels and all the portable pumps and all the anything that has a small motor. So it has fresh treated fuel. I'm finding that we're having a problem with the type of fuel that we're using now. It's all we have access to, but it's very corrosive. So that was part of the problem with the generator for the extrication equipment, is the jets got clogged up on it. So we're going to start running them up, and after we're running up, we're going to shut the fuel off and then start the fuel, and that should help with that problem. Ethanol? Exactly. So now, along with that, that's what I'm talking about as far as the fuel recycling program. So twice a year in January and maybe July or something like that, we'll take and swap out all the fuel and all the portable pumps and everything that has fuel in it, and just put fresh treated fuel in it. I'm just trying to eliminate as many problems as possible. I want to make sure that everything starts up and is ready to go as soon as we can. The winch on Rescue 70 it's on the rig and it is operational. We have a temporary power system for it. We use jumper cables. I want to do a more permanent supply for the power. Jerry's going to help me with that, and so we need to purchase a few some items, roughly around. I had in here $160, but we took some more measurements, and I'm going to need more. It's going to be closer to about $200 for the cable and the connections, so we can make a more permanent power source for the winch. So then we can attach it to the front or the rear of the rescue, plug it in, and we'll have it if we need it. Right now, it is usable. It's on the rig. However, it has a temporary power supply. Currently, we have other problems with Rescue 70. One of the warning lights on the back was taken out. Someone was back into the station and hit the station. The station's been repaired, but we haven't got the vehicle repaired yet. I got quotes from Hamilton Radio. He's actually ordered lights for us, so they're on their way. But the problem we have is that whenever the light was taken off, the damaged light, we didn't secure the wires, and somehow they possibly rounded themselves out. So now none of the lights are working on the back of the rescue. So it's a safety issue. So right now, if we respond with it, I'm going to respond tandem, so I can be the lights at the rear of it. So whenever we're using it, I'll station my vehicle. But that's very important. We want to get that going. Hamilton he's ordering the lights next week or the week after. As soon as the lights get here, I'm going to take the rescue. We're going to have to take it off the mountain for a little while because I'm going to have to take it down there, and he's going to be able to troubleshoot. He'll put the lights on, no problem, but we might have an issue with a circuit breaker or maybe a circuit board for the lights. So we won't really know how deep we're going to have to get into this until he does a little bit of research or investigation. Okay, turnout equipment and storage. You mentioned earlier that we got a check from Swains Creek. That's good. Rich Dillon has donated his time already, and he's kind of heading up the project. He's already got it drawn out, and he's got me a list of materials. I just need to go get the materials, and then we can start on the construction of the project. What I want to do is on the back wall behind the apparatus where our turnouts are now just hanging on hooks, we're going to put up cubicles for the firefighters to have their stuff will be more organized. It'll look cleaner, it'll look better, and even when we have open houses and stuff like that, clean up the station, people will come in and it'll just look more professional. So we're working on that. Let's see. I already talked about that. Now, last month, I requested hose bags for the 5-inch for making hydrant connections. A hose bag and also a swivel that goes from 5-inch doors to 4.5-inch thread with handles on it. I got those, they came in, and they are in place. And originally I had some pictures so I could show you how it's set up. The way we have it now, all 3 engines are set up the same way for catching a hydrant. They're going to be able to wrap a hydrant, and it's going to help us in the way it's going to make it more efficient, make a hydrant connection faster, and it's standardized, so everything will be the same. There won't be one thing from one vehicle to another. However, after I requested the purchase and received and put it together, I have discovered that we are short on 5-inch spanner wrenches. We have a total of 7 5-inch spanner wrenches. I would like to have 6 per unit, because when you need to break down that 5-inch hose to make your connections, you have to have the spanner wrenches. And in order to be efficient and just a timely response, I would like to have some set in the bag, which I have right now, some set on the back bumper and some set in the engineer's compartment. So that way, 2 for each. So that way, wherever you're at, you have a readily available set of spanner wrenches so you can break that hose down and either make your connection to the engine or for whatever reason, if you need to break the hose down, you're going to need the wrenches to do it. And it's just not practical to have 1 set per unit. Is very impractical because you're going to need time is an essence. So I'm getting a little bit further down my report. I'm going to mention the fact that I'm requesting some 5-inch spanner wrenches. Okay, a lot of people are interested in getting an ambulance back on the mountain. What I'm trying to do right now is a step just before that is an EMR vehicle. I was calling it a first response vehicle before, but in reality, with Utah EMS, it's called an EMR, emergency response. So it's still a quick response vehicle, but so now if I call it EMR versus first responder, then you know what I'm talking about. I'm gathering I have forms, there's fees that we have to pay. It's, let's see here, it's $125 to register the vehicle, and there's going to be a $60 fee that comes annually, just to have somebody out and come out and make sure that we have the right equipment and that all our paperwork is up to date. I have a list of equipment that we're going to need to purchase for the rescue. However, at a chief's meeting yesterday, I found out that it may be possible for us to have Kane County Hospital incur the costs, and we would just supply from them. I still have to nail down the specifics on that. I wasn't able to do that yesterday. There is an EMR class that's going to be held in Hilldale, which is a considerable distance away. The class for the EMR is going to be 12 days, 6 Fridays and 6 Saturdays from 9 to 4. Now the problem I have with that is I would like to get all of our personnel trained, and I can't take everybody down to get trained all at once. So and it's a long way. Travel time and the cost for the class. The cost for the class is $285 per student. Now that's not including fuel to get to the class, and it's not including books. So what I'm trying to do now is see if I can't find an organization to come here and teach us here. So that way, I'm just having a little bit of I'm not getting my calls returned just yet. But I found out that UFRA does not do EMS classes. So I got to talk to the college down in Cedar City, and then I can talk to Garfield County to see what happens. The problem with Kane County is they do a schedule, and they're not doing EMRs right now. They're doing EMT advanced in the fall, and then the next year they're going to do an EMT class. So it holds us up. We're not at the point where we're going to do an advanced class, and I don't want to wait that long for an EMT class. I'd like to get something closer now. What we're doing right now is I was at a meeting with department heads and anybody involved in emergency response. And at that meeting, I talked to Sheriff Lamont, is that his last name or?
Smith.
Lamont Smith, okay. So I spoke to Sheriff Smith and the lead dispatcher for Canab Dispatch. And out of that conversation, what transpired is that they are requesting that we make a response without being dispatched at this point. So they don't want to dispatch us until we become EMRs. But for now, what they would like is whenever Alton Ambulance is dispatched into our district, that we go and we show up on scene, try to find the location, because there's a problem as far as Alton being going to the wrong address or the wrong street, stuff like that. So what they want us to do is make a response, find the location, and maybe give patient information to Alton. So I've agreed to do that, and I've already done that on the Zoom call. What I'm going to do is I'm going to write up a statement so that our guys know that right now we do not do patient interaction in the form of assessment or treatment. We were not qualified, we're not certified, and that's not what we have been asked to do. All we're asked to do is find the location so Alton can find there, and then we're there for manpower. If they need help with the patient, we can help with the patient as far as lifting, getting supplies or whatever. And I got to make sure that it's clear for our guys that we do not assess, we do not treat, we don't do anything until we are trained to do so. So I'm working in that direction. That's what my goals are. It's slower than I thought it was going to be, but we're making progress. Is that fairly clear to the board? Do you have any questions on that? AEDs in the subdivision. I went around when I first got here and I checked all the AEDs and had current batteries. Since then, I was called out to Strawberry because that battery was dead. I checked on the back of it. It had been there for a year, which is a pretty good shelf life for the batteries for the AEDs. The one that I carry in my unit, it started beeping too, so I had to swap its battery out. So now I currently have no spare batteries for AEDs. What I would like to do is start a recycling program, just like I do for the fuel for the batteries, and let's say in June, so that way I can get out to the point and check that one. Because I haven't been able to get to Strawberry Point to check that one just because of the snow. But I would like to be able to annually change those batteries out. And so when the batteries come in, I'm going to mark on the back of them when we got them, when we receive them. And then once I put them in place, I'll mark. So then I'm going to keep track of it. So I'll be able to tell at a glance on my computer which batteries are fresh and which batteries need new batteries, or which AED need new batteries. But I'm asking the board for 10 new batteries right now. And the batteries, it's $164 per battery. So that'd be $1,640. And I realized our financial report didn't look that well, but there are some things that, I have a list of things that I think we really need right now, and then I have a bunch of stuff that I think would be beneficial for our department, but I can understand that would be a 3 or 5 years down the road. So, but the batteries for the AEDs, those are kind of important. Now, I understand that we purchased the AEDs out of donation funds, so maybe the batteries for those could come out of those funds. And I was trying to look on there as you were going through your report. I'm not really sure. I didn't catch how much we have in the donation funds.
18,000.
Okay.
A little over.
Good. So then maybe we can take it out of that for the batteries. That seems practical. Okay. Now, pagers.
No, I think we have it.
One
We have
thing
18.
on that, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Could I speak on that? Those AEDs were purchased out of the donation fund, that's true. However, the department in the past has always accepted that replacement of batteries is a responsibility of the department, not of the donations. And so I would ask what budget item this would come out of.
You're asking of me?
I'm asking, yes, of you, you're the chief. And it's your responsibility also to make sure that you do not exceed any budget item.
All right. Well, I'll tell you, I will have to look into that because I don't have the answer right now. What budget would be pull that out of? I had heard that it came from the donation fund, so I was assuming.
Not up through 2012. Up through 2012, those were costs to the department.
Okay. I'll get with it.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, this is exactly why I think that we need some subcategories in our budget so that we can identify things like that specifically, and we don't have to have discussions all the time on where are we going to take the money from. I agree. So if the board agrees, I'll find the appropriate category and just take it out of there, if the board wants to fund it.
Is there a motion to purchase these 10 pagers for $1,640?
10 batteries.
Batteries.
10 batteries, I'm sorry.
I'll make the motion.
Can I amend the motion?
Yeah. I'll let you finish.
The motion is on the table to purchase 10 batteries for a total of $1,640 if the district clerk can find the appropriate line item, if we have line items, to move it out of.
I will.
I'll second.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
The motion has been seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
So one more thing before you get my list first. Presently, we have no spare pagers. So all of our volunteers have pagers. There's an issue with the pagers as far as I have to get them reprogrammed. They're off. I've been doing research for about a month. I finally figured out they're off by one digit on the frequencies. I talked to Hamilton. He says I can take him down there and he will reprogram them. So that way, whenever we're paged for Cedar Mountain Fire Department, it activates the tones. Now, right now we're having to monitor Spencer, so you have to listen to everything that comes through, which is sometimes, especially when it snows, you have a lot of the snow reports coming over all night long, so you chat on the radio. So I would like, and some of our firefighters are switching it over to the pager, and we're not getting the page because it's not working. So I would like to get them all, the ones that we have, and I'll round them back up, send them down and get reprogrammed. But in the event that we have more people volunteering, we're going to need pagers for them as well. So I talked to Hamilton yesterday, got a quote. Let's see here. It's the same pagers that we have right now, which is Series 5, for a single stage, so it'll come up on one channel, is $328.90 is for the pagers. And if you get a dual, I'm sorry, that one had a stored voice. If you get a dual channel with a stored voice, it bumps up a little bit, it's $364. Now I recommend the stored voice because that way when the page goes off, if you haven't heard it, you can listen to it again. The pagers that we have now, I think about half of them are stored voice and half of them are regular ones. But all the new ones I would like to get stored voice. And then I recommend the dual channel because in the event we do get, well right now, Alton ambulance can be dispatched on one frequency and we're on the other, on our own frequency. Ours isn't working correctly right now, but once I get that lined up, then we'll have, our pagers to be activated for both Alton, so we would know when the ambulance comes in to our area and whenever we're dispatched. Ultimately, we probably would need the dual channel once we're EMRs because we're going to be dispatched with Alton for our area. It's just at this point, there's a chance that I'd like both. And it's a nominal fee. Well, when you add it all together, I guess it's more, but it's not that much more per pager. So what I'm asking for that is we need to purchase more pagers. So if we have any volunteers, they can come in. And before we go on to that, here's I got a little wish list here. Okay, now I started off with batteries for the AEDs, but that's already been rectified.
Chief, stand by just for a second. A board member has a question about the pagers.
How many pagers do we have?
Currently,
Yes.
um, let's see, I'm not sure exactly because a lot of our volunteers I haven't met yet because they're coming for the summer. And I know that they have them too. So I know we have 6, 7, I think 7.
I think Ken got a grant when he was the chief, and he got like 10 of them, 10 of them in their life.
Okay.
To the best of my knowledge, I think there was 10 of them, but that's got it.
Okay.
So, I know some have disappeared. Do they take them home to Vegas,
The pagers,
the pagers?
some of them do. Some of our volunteers,
When they're not here for the
When
winter?
they're not here.
I think we ought to keep them here.
at least in the district.
How many did we purchase last year? Didn't we purchase pagers?
I looked it up, and no, we did not purchase radio. We did not purchase pagers. I looked it all up.
But I think they should. There's no reason for them to have them in Vegas
No.
or wherever they are.
If I get them back from, I'm not sure, honestly, I don't know who all has them because I don't have any documentation on who has them. I just know that the current volunteers that we have, they all have a pager. And I can't think of the name. There's a gentleman that lives in Vegas that I haven't been able to contact with. He's one of our volunteers. He comes in the summer. He's one of our engineers. I haven't, what's that?
Is it Don Polish?
Yes. So I have to assume that he has a pager, but I don't know for sure. So, does that kind of answer?
Okay. I thought that they had been signed out, but maybe it didn't get done. Everybody was supposed to sign
Sign
up.
something out?
And that's what we need to do. If you give me a pager, I need to sign for it. My name, what I got for anything.
I have now an inventory, so
Yeah.
I'm working on that. But yeah, I haven't signed anything out yet. So
Yeah. A lot of stuff was added on the computer, and then the computer went down. So the information was lost. So that's kind of hard, but in the future. Thank you.
speaking of that, Firehouse program is what I'm using to log training and
Why don't we finish this item on the pagers?
That was good.
I thought we finished it.
No.
What do you propose?
I'll vote.
Well, first of all, according to our policy 3A205, if it's between $500 and $5,000, which 10 pagers would be, then we need to follow the requirement that requires a purchase order with accounting information. In addition, price competition shall be obtained. Identical items shall be purchased from the vendor offering the lowest quote. Based on that, and that the budget item would be communications, of which there's $7,500 in communications. This would use about half of it. I'd move for approval of the chief purchasing 10 pagers.
There's a motion on the table, I guess. I'm sorry.
For clarification, do you mean after getting 3 bids?
That's correct.
Okay.
They don't have to be formal, they have to be price quotations.
oh, they don't have any formal bids. Sorry.
They don't have to be formal bid, but they have to be price quotations.
So there's a motion on the table to purchase 10 pagers with the stipulation that the chief obtain 3 bids.
And budget item,
You can take it out of the communications budget item.
line item 18.
Is there a second?
Second motion.
It's been seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Abstain. Motion carries.
We're talking about Firehouse and how the system went down, and we lost some information on. Okay, I just received a bill from Firehouse for another, I can't have it with me, I had it this morning, but it's under $900. Oh, thank you.
No, it was here in my book. I opened my book.
$895. And this is for technical support, which I need the technical support because just the program is very in-depth. And I am familiar with Firehouse as far as what I was used to doing. So I can input inspections, I can input calls, run calls, EMS and fire. That's what I did for years with Firehouse. But Firehouse has a lot more that it can do, and I'm not familiar with that. So I would like to be able to purchase this tech support again for another year, and then that will help me learn the system. So that's another expense. $895 is what the contract costs for another year.
Again, I'd question what budget item.
I take that out of training, 33.
Training out of 33. Remember, it's going to cost for emergency response people.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just think that's where it's most appropriate, though.
Okay. I move for approval of that, the firehouse update or continuing support for the year 2014 in the amount of $895 or $75
Can we hold that motion for a second? Thanks, Oscar.
to be taken from a line item 33 training.
We have a whole year to get through. We have a lot of volunteers, hopefully to bring back a lot of training to accomplish. Can we take it from another line item such as professional services?
Professional services is our attorney.
There's a point of order. There's already a motion on the table. So if he withdraws the motion, then we can have more discussion. You withdraw the motion for the time being?
I'll withdraw the motion.
Just for the time being. Okay, now, great. The motion's been withdrawn.
Thank you very much, sir. I'm just asking to take it from another line item versus training because I would hate to take something that's superficial to training instead of a direct action for our volunteers for this present year. So can we move it? We have another later on. Maybe we have something else that deals with professional services. We're going to have to
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
One of the training was all-inclusive when this budget was voted in December. It was for board training, chief training, volunteer training, all the training. And you're absolutely right, and that's where having that broken down better would be better for us. But we're working with what we're working with, and we may very well, as the year goes by, have to move monies from one line item to the other as we see how expenditures go. And quite honestly, I think we're going to have to start pulling money out of reserves at some point down the road, just because it's going to get really, really tight. But that seems like for accounting purposes and transparency and ease of identifying what monies are used for, I think that's the best place to pull it from. I don't see one that's any better.
Line item 33 is you're referring to.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so can I have a motion again to take the money out of line item 33, which is training, to purchase 10 pagers
I'll make a motion.
with the chief to get 3 bids,
Yes.
three quotes, lowest bidder.
I'll make the motion.
There's a motion on the table. Is it seconded?
I'll second it.
I'm sorry, would you restate the motion, please?
Isn't it for the firehouse software?
I'm sorry. I'm still on the pager thing. I get sticker shock with the pagers.
I thought it was me. I was,
I'm sorry, the motion restated is, can $895 be taken from line item 33, which is training, for the purchase of the software program and the tech support for the chief for his firehouse software program?
I'll make that motion. Or has it been?
The motion's been made, is it seconded?
I'll second it.
Motion's been seconded, all in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries.
Okay. All right. I believe that we are first responders in a general nature, so that means we do, our primary is structure fire, and then we have wildland fire, we do vehicle extrication. But anytime something happens, they're going to call the fire department, and I feel that we have a duty to act, and we have a duty to prepare ourselves. With that in mind, I would like to be first responders for like water rescue, ice rescue, hazardous material, these sorts of things. So I would like for us to equip ourselves so we can mitigate an emergency at the incipient level. Right when it first happens, we'll be the first people on scene. We need to have some sort of equipment. We don't have to have everything we can have to mitigate that type of emergency, because we have other resources available to us that are going to come out and they're going to take over from us. But I would like to be, what I'm getting at is, I would like to have some ice rescue equipment, some water rescue equipment, some throw bags, maybe some life preservers for us, life vests for us. So that way, we have several bodies of water in our district. And if somebody is out on the ice or out in the water and they need help, I think we need some basic equipment so that we can effect a rescue, get them out of the water. And then if it's beyond our capabilities, then by all means we call in search and rescue, we call in other agencies, like for hazardous materials, so we call somebody from Cedar City. But we need to be able to, and I'm not saying we don't have any of this equipment. We have a lot of equipment that we can use as a first response. We're good there. However, I think in addition to the equipment that we have, I would like to get some sort of ice rescue equipment, and maybe some buoyant throw bags for like a swift water or just another water rescue, so we can toss out to them. I got some quotes for some ice rescue equipment, and I got a brochure here. If you want to look at I can pass this brochure around. What I'm looking to get is this shepherd's hook right here on the inside cover, and on the outside there's a loop sling and a pole. It's a kit that you can use anyway. It's a kit that you can use, and it can be reassembled for your specific need, but
Chief, may I suggest that you go through this list and kind of prioritize it from 1 through whatever?
I did.
So you're looking at the AED batteries, which I guess we approved.
Yeah, that was my first.
Okay.
Yeah,
Sure.
I agree. And I'm going to play devil's advocate here for a second, because I got to spend the money.
Yeah.
And what I would request is that look at not just these items that have been identified so far, but look at the whole department, and then come to us with a prioritized list of everything that you think is necessary and appropriate for us, so that we can see that and apply that to the whole budget, instead of these items this month and then another prioritized list next month. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
That way we can help manage the resources as best
I can work
we
with
can.
you before the next meeting, so that
That'd be-
we're square. Okay.
That'd be good.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And that pretty much concludes my my report.
Any other comments from the board?
I just wanted to ask you, were you stated on the rescue unit that the light got broke backing in?
Mm-hmm.
To the fire department? I was just wondering if that, and I'm just going back to wait, and I don't know, I can't remember offhand, I thought there was a policy and procedure on it. If an accident report is made out immediately of this happening, so it is on record, I'm just asking you.
This happened before I got here, so I don't know
Oh.
if it was done.
Okay, you're off the hook.
Okay.
Any other comment, questions for the chief? Okay, thank you for the in-depth report.
Sorry.
You set the stage.
We're just getting started.
I'm not bringing that yellow book anymore. With the board's approval, we have 2 guest speakers, and they're actually the second item under new business. And I'm sure that they would love to sit here and listen to all the old business and the new business, but can I move them up to first up?
I
Sure.
would suggest that you do that.
So right now we have Pat, so you can take the floor.
This is Mr. Earl Wenger, and he is going to be giving a presentation with his mic. I'm sorry, I forgot your last name, I'm very old. And about, structure,
Okay, so
so I will let him do this.
So for those that don't know me, I'm Earl Levanger. I'm the Kane County Fire Warden, working for Forestry Fire and State Land from the state of Utah. And the reason we're here, basically last year at one of the later chief meetings in Canap, the previous chair, Mr. Moore, was there, and he thought that it would be a good stroke if I would come to the board and just tell the whole board as a whole, so everybody's on the same page, some of the programs that we're doing in the state that you guys are participating in, the district and the department. So then we decided, he thought, well, with the election coming up and there may be new board members, we just wait until the first of the new year, so we're getting the new group if there's going to be replacements. So that's the reason I'm here. So one of my first things I wanted to talk about was the MOU process we have, a memorandum of understanding between the state of Utah and fire departments or fire districts. And it's the mechanism we have to repay or to reimburse fire departments for costs incurred primarily when they respond to incidents outside of their jurisdictional area. And then they're on occasion for a larger fire, when the fire goes into an extended attack and there's a bigger management, a type 3 or above management team comes in, the state has been allowing the members, the fire departments can be reimbursed for their costs within their district.
We realize that your budget set up for, well, let's just say that structure fires, EMS, those are little short duration sprints, if you will, or wildland fire can sometimes turn into a marathon and go for, several days, up to a couple of weeks. So there are ways of relieving your budget of that long term. However, there are requirements, and Earl will go into those requirements.
And so the requirements are that anybody responding to an MOU incident has to be fully qualified and through the Utah Fire Rescue Academy certification system and carrying a qualifications card. And then annually, our office, because we're the one that manages the invoices at the later date, we require a roster to be submitted to our office yearly to see who your qualified people are. Then we have 2 different tracking mechanisms to verify the equipment and the personnel that have to be submitted, original invoices along with an invoice for remittance of funds. So I'll work with Casey of the chief or anybody else, and we'll get everybody so he's understanding the whole process. So that's kind of the process we use to do that. Then we will be doing pre-season inspections on them and an inventory on them just to ensure that all of the requirements are met for inventory on each piece of apparatus. And the pre-season inspection, for those who've been around when we've done them before, basically it's just like the DOT safety inspection for your annual inspection. So we will probably, they're still trying to get the inspectors lined up, but it sounds like in the near future we'll be doing that. And if we do ours first, you will still need to do the state one, but if there's anything that needs to be fixed, we can catch it at that point, so you can start working on getting the repairs before you go to the state safety inspection. And the inventory as well.
Now, the state inspection is supposed to be done in March, is that correct?
The state safety inspection where it's a fleet account, and the district and the county probably for personal excess property, but the district should have their own fleet account with the state fleet. So they require it earlier than you would a personal vehicle. So the state safety inspection can be done, I know on the state of Utah side for fleet. We can be doing ours now because they require ours be turned in by the first of March for the processing period. So the fleet usually will send out a packet of what they have had and their time frame. But the earlier you can get it in, with EX plate, for example, you do not have the personal ones. You only have 60 days. You can't go beyond that and get an inspection. But exempt's a little bit different. So, then I think that's any questions on the MOU at this point. So I'll work with the chief and get everything, the inventory, all of the list of equipment and everything, so everything is current, and we'll get going that way. The other thing I wanted to talk about was federal excess personal property that the state obtains from the federal government, and it's sublet out to the county, and then it is reassigned to individual fire departments. So you do have federal excess property as part of your inventory of vehicles. You thinned it out quite a bit. Your numbers aren't near as high as they used to be. But annually, I'm supposed to come and do 2 inspections on them a year. And the only thing that we still need to get the loader painted, it's not been a big issue, with the vehicles that may go to a fire, just so it's not confused as being military. And we've been working on, but when we get time to do the loader, it seems like it's always just headed to the burn pit. So one big thing with new people on the board, the federal excess property still belongs to the federal government, and when it's no longer needed within the department, the county, or the state, it goes back to the federal government. You cannot sell it. So we have the disposal process. So
You can certainly bid on it if you'd like, but usually it's run its life and it's pretty rough. So
yeah, I'm getting quite a collection at my house. I'm growing fire trucks. But with that said, and I talked to the chief about this yesterday, I know you got rid of one of the old tenders last year. If you still want it back, it's probably going to go away if you think about it. We'd like the other tender back so you can find something else that's still down there. It hasn't went away. So, but we're getting trying to work out a disposal schedule. So if Casey works it out, if he wants it, just let me know and I'll put it on the list that don't go away.
We turned in old Fox Tender 72 chassis.
Right.
That's still sitting down in Panguitch. Is that still available?
Oh, let me check with Josh.
I saw,
They was going to, I think Panguitch was going to swap it out and use it. I don't know. Let me check and see with Josh. We do have more. I can, if you want the newer version, like your Tender, the newer military truck you have, we can probably get more of them with the automatic transmission and the cat motor.
I kind of like that one with the manual transmission.
Yeah, or the old round tank one.
Well, that's old 71. That's what you got. Well, remember when we
Yeah,
got...
I know where it is. It's at the Panguitch City Yard down there. So
Yeah,
I'll check
it
and
is. I
see
saw it
if
Wednesday.
they're still going to swap it out or not. And I'll let you know.
Okay, did Kanab Fire Department take our old engine 78? The California...
The four-door?
The four-door.
It's there. They're not using it. If you want it back too, it's sitting in camp. I'll get with you if you want to, or get with Casey and tell him what's there and what use it could be.
Yeah, with the chief.
And then they're all sitting there. If you want them, you know where they are. Come look at them.
I know
Tell them
what,
still run.
I know what they are too.
So that's why I decided to mention if there is a need, if you'd be willing, if you wanted them back before I get them totally disposed of.
So there is an exchange of them, right?
No, I haven't. They're just right where they parked.
There is a request process that our open brief the chief on, where the district requests to the county requests to the state, and then we look at filling those needs.
On engine 70, the old 77, the red one you still have down there, the Ford, that's the four-wheel drive. Now that didn't meet 500 gallons, but for a Wildland engine, we used that before. We meet 375 on the pump.
Yeah, they're there if you want them. You can have, yes sir.
Not to change the subject, but to back up to the MOU
Okay.
deal. And I'd asked the chief, but he's still getting his feet wet, just like the new board members are. Do we have an MOU in place right now?
Yes,
you
you
know
do.
of?
Currently you
Okay.
do. The MOU, we've done all the inspections. There was never really any certification happened last year. The paperwork was in place. You just didn't have the qualified people to go with it. So, but the document, everything is in place current right now. And so we'll just take it and go with it if you still desire to participate.
Do any of the previous board members know if we have a copy of this MOU here? I'm still going through the cabinet reading things and I haven't come across it.
We can certainly.
Can we get a copy of it?
I've
I'd
got
appreciate it.
a copy at home.
We need a copy here.
We are still...
There's the MOU, and then there's a real comprehensive handbook that goes along with it with a lot of the requirements of the program.
It may be in there, it's just because we're new, I'm still going through the file.
Absolutely, and I mean, you know, I would share with the board that you know, I started with a department very similar to this, a little bit bigger. Did 10 years with them. Went to being a volunteer for 10 years. Stepped down. Served 3 years on the board. 2 years as a chair of a fire district. And so I definitely feel your pain and the joy of serving and what you're challenged to do here. So
The pain's only when the chief gives his report and he asks for stuff.
For general information, we also have a agreement with most of the entities in Kane County for mutual aid,
yes,
which is separate from
absolutely.
the MOU.
And I just emailed Casey's the one that I finally got the original with all the signatures back, so the chief should have the most current one of that. So, any questions on FEP? The next thing I had, one of the main reasons I wanted to come up, is there's funding available in various forms. We have fuel mitigation dollars to be working. We have the Stevens Fund grant that's supposed to be adjacent to the forest. That is targeted for the, I guess, upper North Fork. The area, Navajo Lake Estates, your area is over around on that corner of your district. And I had several ideas on how to go in and start for the main part, limbing and trimming and widening the roads out to get the vegetation out just for egress at this time. But I run into one little snag the other day. The roads are deeded roads, but they're private roads. They're not, the right-of-ways have not been turned over to the county. So we'll just have to identify all the lots and just send letters to people and say that they will actually allow us to work. And I got to find a little bit more about how the right-of-ways figured out in that. And I just wanted to let the board know that what's going on. If you want to support it, that would be fine. Help kind of get the word out that it's to protect the citizens too, not just, we want to do it. Ingress and egress is a really big thing. And then we was going to use some of the money to clean up some of the existing slash piles, some previous work, and go a few other routes that way. And then a year and a half ago, the governor come out with a thought. He called it the catastrophic wildfire, and he created a task force statewide to go and assess the state on the aspect of trying to prevent catastrophic wildfires. What would it take to make it to where fires didn't get big? And different groups met throughout the state last year, and the price tag they come up with was kind of astronomical. So we had to kind of really scale our projects and our project areas down. But the funding has not been 100% guaranteed yet. I'm proceeding with a plan in case I get it, what I would like to do with it. And my county commission was involved in the local group, and they thought Duck Creek was their highest priority area. So what my new thought was is I'm going to target vacant lots and start trying to get mitigation work done. Just the perimeter of all the subdivisions, starting at Meadowview Heights and ending up into Swains Creek. Just go like from the back forest boundary in one road across the road and take just that little narrow area to start with and target vacant lots.
Our thought is to connect to the work that is already done and continue to widen that fuels treatment. And we have to start somewhere. And the thing I challenge these guys with is I want it to be a tactically sound thing. Okay? I look at it as, our big threat's going to come from the south, from the southwest. So let's start hardening that side of the community first and move our way in, and to try and build partnerships as we go. But as we, this is being considered in the legislature, over the next 5 weeks. So we feel pretty good about it. The governor backed it statewide for $4 million. We went ahead and proceeded with the plan, so we weren't behind the power curve when we did get the money appropriated. I challenged the fire wardens in Southwest Utah to come up with their plans. Hopefully we get more than a quarter of the money in Southwest Utah. I think our fire history probably helps us out with that a little bit. But that's kind of the deal. Is when you state we're going to do it on this end, this is to be the challenge that I've put to them, is to make this tactically sound. Okay, looking at the big picture. So sorry to interrupt.
That's okay. So So what my thought was another time, after the shingle fire, then I got busy and I kind of dropped the ball. But we've had one here in the past, what's called a community fire council. It was made up of citizens and interested landowners from the area. Hopefully we can reinitiate one of them and have the fuels mitigation be brought, not from the state, not from the county, not from the fire district, but be brought up from the citizen homeowner property level to say it needs to be done. And I feel our job is to support them technically, but the focus of wanting to clean up should come from the citizens as a whole. So we're trying to re-identify and get a new fire council started. I just thought that would be, if the board would kind of support that and help. And then at the correct time, the technical support people would assist this group in steering them the way they need to go for fuels or whatever, but it needs to be citizen driven to really make it work. Include the homeowners associations and just private landowners and everything else.
If I can add on to that, what Earl's trying to say is we need to share the responsibility, we need to share the risk. Forest Service has made a pretty good investment. The state is looking to invest some money, but the values that are at risk belong to the private landowner. It's been a challenge because of the apathy the private landowners seem to have. It's insured, it's not my problem, it won't happen to me. There are risks to one another. We really like your assistance in promoting that this problem's not going to go away. If anything, it's only going to get worse. And we need to make Duck Creek a fire-adapted community. It's a natural process. It's always been here. We've been successful for the last 100 years in suppressing fire. However, it's getting more and more difficult because of that suppression of fire. We have fuels buildup. We have an insect and disease problem. And so we need to mimic what fire would have done had it been left to do its own design, and that would have been to reduce the fuels, the deaden the down, the low-lying fuels, separate and reduce the overall loading of the fuel in the community, and make the area less susceptible to fire. We're always going to have fire, but the catastrophic fire that I can't begin to put people in front of and defending structures. If we are really proactive and reduce these fuels, we're going to have a better chance at saving these values at risk. But we're not in the business of trading firefighters' lives for structures. We never will be. Okay? So we need you folks to help us convince your constituency to own the problem.
I would ask Chuck.
Yes, sir.
Would you be willing to interact with some of the homeowner associations to get volunteers to be on this fire council?
Working with Earl, yes.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Of course.
from the board.
Yes.
Would you be willing to do that?
I will.
Thank you.
So,
I believe there was another question.
yes.
I know Doug was really, Commissioner Heaton was really concerned after the shingle fire and was trying to get some things changed where they could have taken in some loaders, built a perimeter around that and stopped it a lot faster. And then across from McDonald Ranch, there was lightning hit a tree. Nobody could go at it. It took them a day to get permission to go in there. So then it turned out to be an expensive is there any way that a citizen can take a shovel and go on forest property and put out a very simple little fire? Has anything been accomplished on that? Doug was really concerned
Very
about that.
complex issue.
I will talk to you later about that.
Okay.
It's a very complex issue.
Are they working on it?
They're trying, but all I can say is when we go fight fire, we have to follow the rules of the land we are on, and that puts it in a totally complex thing. It's just like you wouldn't want them coming in and doing everything on your property, so to speak. So we have to, there's a lot of gray area in what you can read into it.
If they want to come in with a shovel and put out my fire,
But then those are the different thing too, so.
yeah.
I
just hope they're
it's a
working on it.
complex issue. I will say that we have good relationships with our federal partners. And when Earl concludes, I'd like to real quickly give you a thumbnail sketch of how our cooperative system works. So.
Thank you.
And I don't have that much more here. But my thought was to do the vacant lots. And we've been talking about firefighter safety and not putting people at risk by trying to defend a home. And I have a hard time with this, but my new attitude is if the property owner hasn't taken time to protect their own home from fire, why should the fire department? Why should we go in and try and save it if they don't want to do a little bit to help? So it's going to be a big push, but safety-wise, if we're putting ourselves at risk, it's not worth it. And so if anybody has any questions about that, I'll be glad to talk to you later, but okay, go ahead.
Well, you may have mentioned, if you're doing this in the subdivisions, will we have the opportunity for our volunteers to go in and learn, use that as a teaching
We will be
tool?
doing it together. I'm not
Good.
forcing it.
So
It's
you
going
will,
to be a joint effort between us, probably a representative of the fire council if we get it. So we're not having a biased approach, because I would look at something and say, no, that's not a nuisance or a hazard to me.
yeah.
And somebody else is going to see it differently. So if we do it as a combined effort, we're not being biased against any lot, any person, whatever.
And you can teach these guys how to fell a tree if they need to get it away.
And
That's what
all
I
that,
was concerned.
we've got the training already scheduled for a lot of this.
Super.
So, and then going back to that cooperative stuff, cooperative educational stuff. I know you have the AM radio station. If anybody can ever figure out how to run them. But having them on the big weekends and big weekends, holiday weekends, promoting fire safety, everything would be a really good idea.
I think they may have been given away.
Oh, you don't have, the last I knew, they were trying to figure out how to get them to work, so.
I think that the board in 2012 gave them
I
away.
think there's still one down
They're
at
down
Station 2.
Aldridge got it.
The one didn't work.
Okay, the state has one. We could actually probably bring it up on big weekends and put the recorded messages we had before. So then the other thing, we do have, and it's been here before, the little fire prevention trailer that we can put. They've redone it. They've redone the message. I haven't seen it, but it's available. If you would be interested to have it here for what is it, the pancake breakfast or something like that, I'll try and get arrangements to get it here. And the only other thing I really had, and I talked to the chief about it, for a lot of the stuff he was wanting, training and PPE wise, we have a state grant, state, federal money that can be used. The main priorities are training and PPE. So I'll help him get familiar with how to fill that application out when it comes out. And that's about all I had now. If there's any questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
All right, real quickly, I'm just going to thumbnail sketch, give you folks a little primer on how the fire protection system works. Okay? The protection of wildland fire for private land, non-federal lands in Utah, lies with the county. Okay? And the county answers that in a couple of different directions. First of all, they form fire districts, contract with fire departments, municipal departments. It's done differently in different counties around the state. The other method that coincides with it in most cases is the counties have a cooperative agreement with the Division of Forestry, Fire, and State Lands. Okay, and this cooperative agreement comes with some stipulations that we help out the county in times of real financial distress, and there's formulas that we have to work under. But if the county breaks its suppression budget, the state steps in and pays the bills. They pay a fee for that annually. There is, and like, let's just call it an insurance program. They pay a fee for the program. There's a deductible that's based upon their 12-year average, or excuse me, 7-year average of what it actually costs to suppress fire in the county. We work cooperatively. I have a 51% investment in Earl, and we have an engine crew of seasonal individuals that we joint fund with the county. Now, responsibility inside your district, we share it, okay? There are some areas that the Division of Forestry is the only protection that these folks have. It's an enhanced thing in a fire district that's organized, and they kind of share the responsibilities. Of course, we're not geared, equipped, etc. to do structure fires, dump fires, car fires, where the district is. Okay? When it comes to wildland fire, we would more or less be the lead agency. And there's sometimes that we'll get a fire chief that, well, this is my district. Yep, and the whole county's our district. Well, this is my district. Yes, sir, it is your district, and we're going to work with you. But here's the bottom line. Your authority will only go as far as your checkbook will take you. Okay? That's why we work in this cooperative type of deal. Okay? We understand we have these different roles. I instruct each of the county fire wardens, we are going to share those responsibilities. Okay? And it works. It works really, really well. And we do have some really good, strong relationships here in the county. Well, the five county area that I supervise is really strong with our fire operators. So it's a system that's out there. Unfortunately, if you were an incorporated community, the way the system is built right now, you're on your own. We have no mechanism to interact other than they can request assistance, and an incorporated community can ask for assistance. We can go in and assist, but it costs. It's at the real cost of what's going on here. What it costs right now is we have this direct relationship with the county. We have operating agreements with the federal government. In our relationship there, the county defaults to us to deal with the federal government on wildland fire issues. Of course, there's local interaction. We want that local interaction. But when it comes to the business side of things and those sorts of things, those dealings normally come through the division. And so, of course, that plugs us into the national system where when we're needing an incident management team, we're needing air tankers and helicopters and crews and those sorts of things, which a lot of those are national resources through our agreements with the federal government is how those things get here. Questions?
Okay,
All right.
thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Not a problem. And I'll leave a few business cards here if you have questions down the road here. I'll just leave them with the chief. And if you have questions down the road, please don't hesitate to call and ask. I would rather that you ask early, get the answer, versus let the rumor mill start to chew on things. Having been a fire district board member, I know how these things can go.
We have one question from the public, I think.
Yes.
I just wonder if everything that Earl talked about, because he's such a smart person and it's all on his head, is there a handbook or information that the board can have that you were all talking about?
For fuel
The stuff
mitigation?
in the beginning that you were talking about,
MOUs.
The MOU?
the MOUs and who's.
There is on our
the
website.
positions on there.
There is on
I
our
will,
website.
I will get with, I'm coming up Monday, I'll show with Casey where to find everything.
There's a lot of information.
On the MOU, there's a sample MOU on our website, and you can download. It's like a 100-page handbook that correlates with all of this, gives all the details, and it's updated every year. I'm right in the middle of the
What
update,
side are you talking? Because we're
and
catching the conversation.
Very
it is
good.
available.
Very good.
Okay, thank you very
All
much.
right, folks, thank you.
Thank you, Earl.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a busy agenda here. Some of the stuff under the old business isn't going to take that long to talk about. So with your indulgence, let's go through some of these, and then we'll take like a 10-minute break for nature call, other things, and then we'll finish it. How's that? So first up under old business is Pat with the radio tower.
I just would, it's been brought up at the last meeting, and I have brought it up various meetings, and we do have a tower out here that had to be purchased, and I would like maybe the chairman to designate someone to see about getting the building permit, speaking to the land people, I believe that's who Commissioner Heaton stated to speak to, and see what all we need, get bids to, of course it doesn't have to be done this week, but to see about it, follow through on this. The tower did have to be moved because it was not sturdy where it was not in cement or anything, and they didn't want to move it, and it can be used for emergency services to get out there to Swains Creek, Navajo Lake, and what have you, and everything. So I'm just asking if, I'd hate to see that just.
I believe last month when Commissioner Heaton was here, I thought he said, and it's in the minutes, that he was going to work with you or somebody to get the building permit.
He wasn't, what happened is he said we had to get a building permit. They called to see about getting the building permit. They could never get a hold of anyone, so it just keeps falling into.
He was gonna get a hold of the building department.
He said he would call them, but.
Would you or Jim care to take the lead on that, since most of the other people have assignments already?
Yes, you will.
Thank you for volunteering, Pat.
Yes, I will.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board on that? It's not something we have to vote on. No? Okay. The next item up is verbatim minutes. And if you recall, at the last minute meeting, we had a long discussion on verbatim minutes, and it was decided that we would hire Linda Hartley as a 1099, and she transcribed the minutes. If you haven't seen them, the draft version is up on the website, and now that we've approved them, as soon as I can sign it and we can scan it in, I'll put the approved minutes up there. For future meetings, if you recall in the conversation, I think it was Frank that brought up the suggestion of putting a link up on the website where for future meetings, if you wanted to hear the meeting verbatim and you didn't want to come down to the station, you could click on the link on the website and you'll be able to hear the meeting minutes verbatim. Well, we have the capability to do that between Jay, Frank, and myself, and cooperation from South Central Technical Support and whoever else we were talking to. We can do that. So for future meetings, starting with this one, the minutes will be beefed up, and it depends on your definition of beefed up. You'll see that hard copy on the website in draft and then in final form. But if you want to hear them verbatim, you can either come here and listen to the tape here or listen to it on the website. Because we just don't have the resource around here to do that every month. Previous boards have had that luxury of having someone that could transcribe. And I think Frank found one. I take that back. One person, some company.
Yeah.
That I think charges $50 for a 2-hour meeting and then $25 for each additional hour. Was that?
That was for if she was to do this meeting until she got a feel for how involved it really was, and then she would come back with what the real fee would be. The others that I checked with, there's only a handful in all of southern Utah that I could find that even do it. Most of them were much more expensive than that.
So we'll try this tape on the website with the link and see how that works out. The next one is procedural review, and that's Jay and Frank. I don't know if that's combined with the one at the bottom, is it, or not?
You want to speak?
Go for it.
We went through all the policies and procedures books, except for Mike. She was non-compliant. No, we made them all current. I'm not saying up to date, I'm saying they are current. They have the most current policy in them, in all the policies and procedures books. What we found was we had over 200 policies and procedures with table of contents, of which only about 85 have been written. Of that 85, only 13 fell within the different policies that we should review them every 2 years. And of those 13, only one followed the proper format. So pretty much within the next 6 to 9 months, we need to touch on all of the written policies and then begin to build those unwritten policies.
Anybody have any comments or questions? Public have any comments or questions? Actually, comments. Thanks. So they'll be working on that, is what I took away from that. Next item up is the ICS 100 and NIM 700. That's a carryover from last month, as all the board members turned in their training certificates for those two courses. Jay, have you finished?
Slackered, I printed off the wrong one. I'm completed, I just printed the wrong number.
Sharon, you just turn yours in?
Mine's on there.
We already have them ready. I have mine turned in.
Mine should be in my personnel book.
Okay, we'll have to check on that, because I don't know if they are.
I haven't seen my books in 2 years.
I've gone through that personnel cabinet, and I don't even see a file in there for you. If it was in that little cabinet there where all the personnel files are.
You can go in there and get it printed off. I couldn't find mine, I went in there, got it printed off.
Yeah, you can go to the FEMA website and do it. Yeah. I'll show you how to do that. Frank, have you done it?
I'm deficient. It's on my list, it just, I haven't gotten to it yet.
Okay. No, that's okay, we just need to get that done, because I stated at last meeting, and now it appears there are several grants that we would be able to apply for. And as I mentioned in the last meeting, we have a resolution that the district will be NIMS compliant. And if you look at the latest literature on it, and I passed it out at the last meeting to the board, one of the requirements is an elected board official has to have, at a minimum, 100 and 700. So we need to get that done. Okay, UASD training really quick, and Frank touched on it earlier. LeGrand Bitter from the Utah Association of Special Districts was here on, I believe it was January 22nd, I think. 21st. It was the day after Martin Luther King Day, whatever day that was. All the board members were here. He gave his presentation, and we're all compliant with that training. And piggybacking on that training, as Frank mentioned earlier, the county was up here, specifically Commissioner Heaton, Carla Johnson, who's the clerk, and Georgia Bach, who's the treasurer, and they gave us a summary briefing, if you will, on the budget process. So that's accomplished. See, I told you this was going to go fast. Meeting time, Sharon Adams.
Last time, I caved. Anyway, the majority of the people that were here last week liked the 10 o'clock. There was a good response to that. It's very difficult with the snow. Oh, excuse me, this is for, like, so they can go to church. One thing, we don't get out by 11 anyway, but with the snow, it's just very difficult to get out. And if we miss our meeting, if I miss my meeting, I can go to Cedar, to another place at another time. I suggest that we go back to 10 o'clock. And I know for the staff, for the people coming up from Vegas and California, wherever they're coming from, a discussion on that.
Okay.
I like 10 o'clock.
Could we, how about just in the summer when the church is open here for the Catholics?
There was a gentleman at the last meeting, his last name was Scott, I don't remember his first name. John Scott. Had made that suggestion if we met later in the winter because of the snow plowing. I think Pam mentioned it too. And then in the summertime we'd meet earlier because that's when the church service is.
Right, I think they're from, which months? June to September?
Whenever.
What time? It's at 11?
They're at 11.
I don't think we'd get out. I don't know. I felt really bad because, you don't turn down. I felt really bad about that, but what are some other opinions?
I understand because I am of the same religion that they are, and in the winter you have to go to another church, and I just feel that you find a lot of different reasons why it's better at 9 or 10. I think it confuses the public if you go 10 and then change it to 9 because you have to post it and everything. And, it doesn't make any difference to me whatever everybody wants to go along with, but I do think it confuses the public. We're going to do it this time this week, we're going to do it that time next few months. And I believe the Catholic Church up here is from about May until September or October. So you got quite a few months where you don't.
And then on Sunday, there's, what other towns around here have church? I know Cedar has the same fellow that I think puts the one on. Right.
Okay, more important than the church deal, and I'm not adverse to going to church in the summertime at 11 o'clock, but if we start at 9, chances are we're not going to be up by 11 anyway. I mean, unless all this business gets done. The bigger issue, and that's what Mr. Scott brought up, was this, and Pam did also, about the snow plowing in the wintertime. We're fortunate this winter, we haven't had a lot of snow. But if we have a pretty good storm on a Friday night, chances are most of us are not going to be able to get out of the development at 8:30 in the morning to get over here because the guys don't start plowing until 7:30 or 8 o'clock when it gets light. And I don't really Personally, I don't think that that should change because they are only contracted to us. They're not public works people. And I don't want to put them in danger either by being out there when it's dark trying to plow. So I think that's a bigger issue is the weather factor. Not that the church thing isn't important, but weather plays an issue too. Yes.
As an alternative, we could go to 1 o'clock in the afternoon for the meeting.
Not,
And then that would not affect the church because they're usually out shortly after 12. And that way it would allow in the winter more time for snow plowing.
The other portion of that is we might actually up our attendance if we go to later on in the day versus.
Pardon?
We might actually up our attendance here at these meetings for a meeting that happens afterwards. Because everybody knows they're going to be long-winded, they don't want to come, they don't want to sit through lunch hour. We have it after the lunch hour. People might actually up our attendance here in this meeting.
If we continue with 2-page agendas, we won't have the people here anymore. Just kidding.
That room's the whole day, 1 o'clock.
I mean, it's right
Okay.
in the middle of everything.
Is there a motion to change the meeting time to 10 o'clock, back to 10 o'clock?
I will make that motion to change the time back to 10 o'clock.
And I will second it.
Okay, there's a motion on the table to change the meeting times back to 10 o'clock, and it's been seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Okay, we have to poll the board.
Jim,
Yeah.
Jay,
No.
Pat,
Yay.
Sharon,
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
Chuck.
No.
No.
Okay. 2 nays, the rest are passed.
So we're going to
Three
move,
nays. Huh? Who was
Two nays, isn't it?
Three.
Jay, were you nay?
Jay
Yes,
was
I'm
saying.
sorry.
Couldn't understand you, sorry.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to go in.
All right, 3. 3 nays.
so the motion passes to move the meeting times back to 10. So beginning in March, and we'll have to post this in the paper again, and I'll change the website again. We'll start at 10 o'clock. Next one is financial audit, and we'll let Frank talk because you've heard me enough.
I kind of covered that earlier. I've been working with our auditors, Kimball and Rogers, I think. Roberts. Thank you, to do our audits earlier in the year. And the earliest that they can do it this year is in June, so we've scheduled it for that time. We've already received paperwork from them on what we have to be prepared with, and we'll be working on that between now and then. That's all I have.
Good.
And it's scheduled for June
19th and 20th.
June 19th and 20th.
Yep.
Any comments from the public? It's
10
not-
o'clock if you care.
Yes, ma'am.
Just keep it short. How in-depth is the audit going to be? Just your standard copacetic, everything's fine kind of audit? Or is there going to be specific client items you want to go back in history and time and see what kind of discrepancies, if any, are there?
I'm working on what I want to know. There are legal requirements for an audit that the auditors come in and they do all of these things and check all of these things. And there's a whole checklist. And then there are things that I want to have questions answered on while I'm developing that list as well. So we'll have the combination of the two is what I'm planning right now.
Anything else? Next item, that's not a valuable thing either, is the legal counsel invoice. That's Jay.
Ed Robbins couldn't be here today as our attorney, but we have an invoice or bill from him for his services. I believe they reflect about the past 6 to 8 months of his services. He did discount it significantly. Please correct me if I'm wrong in the number. Is it 7,700? Do you have the note? I don't have the note.
I think it's 7,000.
7696.53 that he's discounted to 7,000.
7,000. So I would like to get that money's paid to him immediately. He's waited several months for it, and I'm sure he'd like to pay for what he has to.
Just as input, the reason why the previous board, and correct me if I'm wrong, did not pay is because they felt that all the documentation from the shingles fire was not here at the station. And I have notified everyone by email that he has turned over all of the documents, and they're in that tall filing cabinet in the third drawer or the second one of those two. It's in the back on the left, the back file that anyone on the board can go look at. And he's also turned in some documents that are attorney-client that I have that are not here right now because it's attorney-client privileged information. But if the board wants to see it, I'll be more than happy to sit down one-on-one and show it. It's just emails. There's no documents attached to it. All the documentation's in there. That's it. Yes.
Do we need a motion to pay this? Well, I would like to make the motion. I made the motion. I didn't make the motion. I brought it up before, and my statement at the time, at the earlier meeting was the gentleman, whether anybody likes it or not, the gentleman did do a service, and he needs to be paid. And if you wanted to bicker about paying him, then you should have done that before you hired him. So I will make a motion to pay the gentleman.
Okay, there's a motion on the table to, do you have more discussion? Okay.
Yeah.
We'll withdraw the motion just for a second if that's
I
all
will
we can
withdraw the
discuss.
motion.
Why don't we get a second and then we can discuss the motion?
That's fine. There's a motion on the table to pay Ed Robbins the $7,000. And if there's change. As he's turned in everything, he did the work and he turned in the documents that he was supposed to turn in. Is there a second?
Let me perhaps explain why there's no second. This was voted on at the board meeting in December, I think. And what was approved by motion there was as soon as he provided all the documentation, we would pay him. So really no need to have an additional motion. We already agreed to do that.
Excuse me, may I speak?
Sure.
I agree with you, and that's what was brought up. And we kind of went back and forth that he didn't turn in the right documentation. He turned in whatever he had, from my understanding.
Well, he turned in to Mike after that board meeting. He turned in everything that he had, less the attorney-client privilege information.
Well, he turned it in. I just don't have it here because I don't want it to disappear.
Right.
Okay.
But we did discuss that, and I believe that was in December. That, after we got the information that a few people wanted.
So
And I did not have any communication with Ed Robbins on this.
Yeah, bottom line, I don't think there's a motion. We just need to pay the bill. Now, some information for the board. We're only budgeted for $5,000 for professional for the entire year, and we've got a $7,000 bill.
Under the modified accrual system of accounting, that was a bill incurred prior to December 31st.
We're on a cash basis.
I thought that
We're on a cash basis.
Well, he's looking that up. Do you have a account, Frank, offhand, if we could take the additional?
Yeah, reserve.
here's our check register. It says accrual basis on today's report that we just approved. Up here in the left-hand corner, I thought we were on modified accrual.
I thought we were on cash.
It's under the staples. I thought we were under modified accrual. Anything that was,
I apologize.
Incurred, including purchase orders over prior to December 31st, would be charged to the budget of last year.
Yeah, it still has to come out of an account though.
It has to come out of an account.
Yeah. So and then we have to account for it. I'll get with the
In this year's
accountant.
budget.
I'll get with the accountant and see how they want to handle the actual accounting of it. But,
So
we'll go
the-
ahead and pay it out of the fire fund's checking account.
Do we need a motion to take the money out of reserve since we don't have enough money? We're only budgeted for 5 and this bill is 7.
Yeah, but Chuck makes a good point that this should not be applied to this budget year, although the cash actually comes out of this year's
Right.
budget, if that makes sense to folks.
As long as that guy gets paid. So we're not going to have a motion, we're going to pay the guy. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah.
All
But
right.
we already paid the guy, correct?
Pay the man, that's all I want.
Yeah, I'll report to the board next month how we
Can I
made
make a
that
motion?
happen.
Just,
Okay?
Mike, I'd like to make a motion, actually. I just want to put it to bed. I don't want there to be any questions. Make a motion that we accept Mr. Robbins has met the previous board's obligation to supply the requested items.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your motion.
Make a motion that Mr. Robbins has met the previous board's request to supply the requested items. And then we've accepted those, what he supplied us with as being whole.
I'll second that.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Paid the man. None. Okay, that was the end of the old business. Some of this new business stuff is going to go fast too, but seeing as how we've been at this for a couple hours, let's recess the meeting at 11:05 and we'll come back at 11:15 and we can zip through the new business. So the Cedar Mountain Fire Protection Board of Trustees is in recess at 11:05 on February 8th, 2014 for 10 minutes. Where did you say to go with this, Jim? Design, insert, transition, information, slideshow.
Lost the cheat.
Check.
Recorders are on, right? Yep.
Okay, it's 11:20 in the morning on February 8th, 2014. The Cedar Mountain Fire Protection District Board of Trustees is in session.
Is your recorder on?
Oop, hang on.
That one's on, I don't know about that one. Jay.
I moved it,
Try this again. It's 11:20 a.m. on February the 8th, 2014. The Cedar Mountain Fire Protection District Board of Trustees monthly meeting is back in session. We're back on the new business, and the first item is a budget fee presentation by Jay. So, take it away.
I'm going to stand back with you also and look at the screen and talk about it. We're just going to talk about the budget and the fee review process, how it pertains to us as a board and as citizens of the community, how it pertains to us as citizens. Go ahead, Mike. So we work on a calendar year basis, and that's our budget year, January 1 through December 1. So we talk about the year, we're talking about January 1 to December 1. So our budget for this year was designed last fall. Now I say here, why do we assess fees on a fiscal year? When fiscal year is defined by the Utah Financial Act, it goes from mid-year to mid-year. So we assess our fees mid-year, but we don't know what our budget's going to be. Those fees that we're assessing, we're going to collect towards the end of the year. We don't know what our budget's going to be for the following year. So Frank alluded to it earlier. When we set our fees, we have to have a pretty good idea of what we're going to set the budget for 6 months later, because the fees we're setting, those are the operating expenses we're going to use in the following year. Our biggest expense, the way our budget is designed, is about 70% is snow, 30% should be fire. Snow is our biggest expense. Past years have done a real good job of lowering the expense of snow by going to the contract basis that we're presently on. But we still don't know. It only goes, the contracts we have only go to a limit. Frank talked about this as well. You'll have to give me the number. What is it, 312 that we're contracted for as the minimum this year?
Minimum 320.
320. And but there could be an overage. We've budgeted up as high as I want to say 340 or 344.
346.
346. We could even have contractors come back if we had a big snow year. If it snowed for the next 2 months, they could actually come back and ask for more, greater than the contract, higher than the budget. This is our opportunity when we set these fees to look at what happened last year. Let's not allow that to happen again. So that in 08, 09, where we borrowed money to make it through from one year to the next, we don't see that reoccur. So the Utah Fiscal Procedures Act is one of the reasons. The other, another reason is the county. The county falls underneath a portion of the Utah Fiscal Procedures Act, and so you're going to get your county tax bill. You have the chance to go down to the county and say it's not correct, and go through the hearing process to get your county tax bill amended. They have to give you a period of time. The way that plays out is it's a 6-month period. For us, we don't do our own billing. If we did our own billing, we wouldn't have to, the county, the Utah Fiscal Procedures Act wouldn't affect us as much. We wouldn't have to get it done mid-year. But because we don't do our own billing, because the county does the billing for us, we have to have those fees to a mid-year. So, I need to click one more, and then probably another quickly. Here's the way our budget year should go. I divided up into first 2 halves of the year, simply because I made a timeline of it. The screen wasn't wide enough. So let's just talk about January 1 through June 30th right now. January 1, we're collecting snow fees from the, should be the fiscal year 2013. So we're bringing in, we actually get the largest chunk in December of the previous year. So looking at this January, a month ago, in December we got our biggest chunk. January we got, I think, a little bit of supplemental check as they started collecting in their late fees and their overages and things like that. And then money will trickle in throughout the year for 2013 from the county. But our biggest chunk comes at the end of the year. So we got our biggest chunk. And that piece of money we got in December is what we're going to operate on, is the majority of what we're going to operate on throughout this year. In March and April, we should hold a public hearing for the purpose of adopting fees. So again, we're going to set the fees before we're looking back at how badly our snow year has been affected. We hold that public hearing in the June regular meeting, because the second Saturday happens to fall before the 15th of June. We have to approve those fees in the open meeting. The Utah Fiscal Records Act requires that we have those fees set by June 15th. We can delay that until June 22nd. The county requests that we have those fees by July 31st. There are quite a few exceptions to that, but June 15th should be our hard date as per the Utah Fiscal Procedures Act to have those fees set. We report to the county by the 31st. We move into the second half of the year, so we're talking July 31st on, and I just picked up where we left off. July through October, we're going to continuously work on the 2015 budget. I think Frank and I have talked a little bit. We're actually going to try to start that process even sooner than that, am I correct? Mm-hmm. So that we're not cramming the last 4 months of the year and trying to get that done. So we're working on the 2015 budget. We've set the fees. We're working on the budget. Now we're going to hold a October, November. We're going to put out for a public hearing. As members of the public, we already know what fees are. We already know what the lump sums we should be collecting. Now we're trying to decide on the budget how we can allocate that money. October 2014, in your mailboxes, you get a tax assessment from the county. They've actually gone out in January of 2014 and done their tax assessment, and it's the first thing you get from them tax-wise in the year that says, this is not a bill, but it always gets your attention because it's always a number bigger than what you want. But it says, this is not a bill. That's their assessment to you beginning these last 3 months of the year, saying, okay, here it comes. And November 31, your county taxes are due. People pay it November 31. Checks clear by about December 15th. Second week in December, the money rolls in, and I'm not sure what the date is, but sometime in December, about the 3rd week in December, is that right, Sharon? That's when we get the money from the county? About the 3rd week in December. So we get the money from the county the 3rd week in December. If we're looking at this, the county's taxing you. The county's sending you your tax bill on which our fees are at the end of the year. So they floated you, I'm saying you as citizens, they floated you 12 months of taxes. You haven't paid your taxes in advance, you're paying them after the events occur. We as a district are using that fee money to cover our expenses for the following year. If we don't do our own billing, and we don't have enough in reserve to cover the current year, to tax you for the current year. So that's the way it's done. And then lastly, we've had the public budget hearing at the end of the year, the December meeting. We approved the budget. The sooner we have the budget hearing, I say the sooner, October would be preferable, the sooner we can identify from the public any concerns, the sooner we can, if we need to, go back and change our budget, hold a second hearing, get the second hearing approved, and then our last chance, other than an emergency meeting, is the regular scheduled December 15th, or second Saturday December meeting to approve that budget for the following year. Questions?
Are you through?
Yeah, I just want to say thanks to the board members who I put out a little quiz bit about a week and a half ago to kind of identify where our knowledge base stood so I could figure out how to write this. And I just, don't go any farther, please.
I did have a question. The taxes that are received from November 31st, and that would be for next year's budget. I mean, that's the money we will be getting next year. In December, we will be getting 2014 monies to run our budget, correct?
No.
Yes.
Because this year, we're working on 2013.
Say your question again.
In November, your taxes are paid November 31st of what we have made your assessment. So come December of 2014, we will get our first allocation at late December and then more in January of 2015. And that would be 2014's money that has come in.
2013.
Well, right now we're working on 2015.
Now, what Pat said is correct.
Yes.
What Pat said is correct. The assessment in middle of the year is for that calendar year's taxes, which the public pays at the end of that same year.
That's correct.
Okay? Now, that money is what we use to operate the following year.
Right.
Okay?
Yes. And
So our challenge is by this summer, figuring out how much money we need to operate this district next year, 2015.
My question was, the money that is collected, that we get in 2000, let's say 2015, just not to confuse the issue, which is 2014's money collected. Where's that money at? Is the county keep it? Do they put it in an account?
No, they pay us. They collect it in November, December. They write us a check as soon as they get it.
But that's 14. This year, the check we got was for 2013's money collected.
That's correct.
That's right.
They just barely got it.
So I'm just asking a question. In 2014, you have to pay these assessment fees.
Mm-hmm.
So, in 2015, so you start paying those assessment fees in 14. You're not getting 14's money, you're getting 13's money.
We've already gotten 13's money. We're operating this year on that.
No.
The monies that are collected and the county pays us at the end of 2014 is 2014 tax monies,
Right.
but it's applied to our operating expenses for 2015.
Right.
And that's what we have
I'm just asking if the county collected it, that money is sitting where?
No, as soon as it's paid, when you pay your taxes, it's sent right into us. There's no, we pay our taxes in 14, and we pay our taxes in November. December, we get that money.
Right. Right. December 14th, so I'm just saying, so that money has sat there
For a couple of weeks.
At most, the money sat for 2 weeks while they collect. And they,
Excuse me for a second. Look at it this way. We're residents of this district and county. We live for free for the year. When you pay your taxes in November, you just paid for that year that we just lived for free. When the county gives us a check, we're using that money to operate for the next year. They're not collecting 2 years ahead.
No, I understand that. And it's only in the bank for a couple of weeks.
In December, the money we receive in December 2014 was for the services we provided during 2014.
Yes.
We have been lucky in that we've been able to carry enough money over to operate the following year. Many districts do not. Many districts have to borrow money in order to operate through to December when their checks come in.
And that's what ours used to do, and we've stopped that rather than borrow $3,000 for a few months.
when the district was designed, we essentially were living for free for 24 months. And it didn't take very long for the county, about 10 to 12 years for the county to realize they were doing a couple of different things. They were paying us 100% of our fee assessment right at the back. But they were only collecting 75 to 80% from the public for sales, foreclosures, people who were delinquent, people who wanted to argue their tax assessment. But they were giving us 100%. And they were stuck with holding that 20, 25%, trying to gather in the rest. So they quickly realized that. Then they realized, at some point, Chuck helped me out, if you would, in history-wise, they were paying us in advance.
Correct.
And they quickly realized, wow, we just floated them $1 million advance. So they caught up with that too. So we're slowly, as a district, getting weaned off the tit of the county, and there's no nicer way to say it. Pretty soon we're going to find ourselves in trouble where we don't have their financial assistance. They kind of brought me to a big point in our training session, that they're doing our billing. And we've made it hard for them.
They don't have to.
They don't have to do our billing. And if we had to do our own billing, and do our own collection, our costs would probably go up to do that process. So it's a great thing they're doing for us in collecting that money and taking care of that.
In 2008, around that time, I don't remember the exact date, is when they quit paying us a year ahead.
That was 2010.
2010?
They only got paid what they collected.
No, that was when they decided only to pay what they collected. But as Jay said, that they were paying us ahead a year at a time. And in about 2008, they realized that they were, and so we didn't get a check that year. And that was the year that we weren't able to, that we had to borrow.
Into the board in the future, I'll continue as we go through these policies and procedures to send out group questions and group quizzes to see how to design things. So if you would all participate in the quiz, I'd be better able to design the program to your concerns and your questions to hopefully get those answered. So that's it. Questions? Thanks.
Thank you, Jay.
Okay. Thanks, Jay. We did the Community Fire Council. Next up is the second admin position. The previous board had addressed this over the summer when they realized that only Betty is here from, it was either 9 to 1 or 10 to 2, whatever her hours were. And yet we have residents coming in for burn permits or other questions, and if the chief is gone on call, well, he wasn't here at the time, but the other chief, or at the time there was no chief, there was no one in the office. So I spoke with Betty about it first, and I think the board should consider, this is my opinion, having a second admin person part-time for 20 hours a week. So in the summertime, we'll have somebody in the office all day. And it doesn't necessarily have to be that she works in the morning and the other one works in the afternoon. I talked with her about thinking out of the box a little bit. If a person wanted to work 2.5 days a week, which is still 20 hours, and bring the other person in for the other 2.5 days a week. However we work it out as a board. But we probably should start thinking about that now if you want to do that, or come up with some solution to have somebody here all day. Because when the chief goes out on a call, or he's at the fire chief's meeting, or LEPSI, or you probably catch up the drift that he's got a full plate here just trying to catch up on things.
And there's just too much for Betty to...
And it's a lot for one person. I think she can tell you that. So I'm opening for discussion.
My concern would be if Frank can find the money in the budget, since he's going to be
That
working.
bothers you?
Well,
that's a consideration.
That's
obviously.
the
That's a big
concern.
consideration. I've watched Betty over the last month or so, and what she does all day long, or half a day long, and I look at what is remaining the next day and the next day, and it's I don't know how she did it and did minutes for these meetings at the same time. She is busy the whole 4 hours she is in there. I can see a real advantage to, and if she's not here, there goes all that corporate memory for whatever, I mean, if she's gone for a vacation or something like that, nobody else knows all the things she knows. So if we had two people that knew those things, then if one's gone, the other one's there, not a big deal. Also for minutes, we would have somebody that could do the minutes while somebody else is still doing the normal day-to-day things. So I see an advantage if I can find the money to do it.
I agree, and if they're cross-trained, and then we won't, if something happens to one of them, like you said, somebody's right there. to step in. I think it's very necessary that we can try to find the money.
Carol?
I believe the prior board to solve this problem had Betty come in from 9 to 1 and Naren come in from 12 to 4, so we had an overlap. He's no longer here. We obviously he's not here, so that's thereby we have this problem.
Yeah,
Well-
and he was paid to do that too.
Oh, he was? Oh.
Yeah.
But
Yes.
the work in there is more than one person can do in 4 hours. We need someone else to do the admin work.
By the way, while we're on this topic, Betty is leaving on the 11th for a surgery, and she will be gone approximately a month, 3 weeks to a month. So for the next month, there will be nobody in the office all day, unless we can find someone in the community who would volunteer. And they probably wouldn't be expected to do the same duties that she's doing, but at least have someone, for example, sit in the front here, just we have somebody answer the phone and take messages. Because again, when the chief's gone, there'll be nobody here. Just so you're aware, I don't know if all the board knew that. Yes, Pat?
My comment was going to be, and I did mention to Frank that I'm available, I can come in here and answer the phone and what have you, and I did volunteer for that. And as far as if Betty is not here, it has been in the past, believe it or not, that Pat Colai has come in and taken over and printed out reports and everything else, because I am very well aware of their disease, only because I was the district clerk. And I feel that I just don't understand why a fire department has to have full coverage every day of the week, only because on the burn permits, they have signs all over, and that seemed to go all right without a problem. I mean, they came in at a certain time, or they were asked to put the money in the box, and Jim would go out there and regularly collect the money, bring it in, and what have you. That's just my opinion.
Anybody else have any comments or thoughts? You want
I'm sorry.
Frank has been working like crazy, checking, kind of seeing what Betty does, and so.
Maybe put your thought process into the amount, or would you be on the same pay basis as, I say, she, be on the same pay basis as Betty, or dollar amount? What are we looking at for the remainder of the year, or?
I haven't given any thought to that. I'm just bringing up the fact that you got one person here for 4 hours a day, and that person right now is pretty much overwhelmed. It probably will be for the next few months as we continue reviewing policies or whatever we're doing. I mean, I've been in here and she's out straight the whole time she's here. In fact, a couple of days, even this week, you've been here past the 4 hours. And I don't have any feelings one way or the other with a board member being here, and it's appreciated when you are. The downside to that is when other board members come in, you've got that issue of 4 or more people being here at one time, and then the board is in quorum. As a perception in the community, whether we're talking about business or not, there's 4 people here, and that's supposed to be a no-no, unless it's a social gathering. So that's my downside to that. There's upsides, yes, you're not paying someone to be here. The downside is that issue. Sid? Yes, Jay?
Thank you. If Frank could find the money, I'd make a motion to hire a second part-time admin person as soon as possible.
Second motion.
Okay, there's a motion on the table to hire a second part-time person if the district clerk can find the money to do so. And the motion's been seconded, and we haven't talked about what we're hiring the person at. So do you want to table that until next month? Gives them a chance to look at, see if we got the bucks, which is kind of a deciding factor here, is the money issue.
At her starting, probably ought to start at her starting wage.
Well, let's take that step first. Let's have Frank report that, so we would open-ended. And Frank can find the money, then we'll put it on the agenda for next month as old business and move forward, because I'm sure there are some folks up here that would work 4 hours a day for whatever the pay is, whatever we decide on. Does that sound good?
Absolutely.
So there's a motion and it's been accepted. Do you want to withdraw the motion, or do you want to vote on that? Want to keep it?
Well, tabling it is
a motion.
Robert's rules allows you to table it as the chair. Yeah.
Okay. Let's table that I'll table that as the chair until Frank reports back next month. Frank, you got a lot to do.
See you next month.
Yeah.
Next item up, as we move along here, is Chief Tuttle's contract. And this topic came up when I was going through the filing cabinet looking for other things, and I saw the chief's contract. And I sat down with the chief, and that's why we're discussing this in open meeting. I asked him if he wanted us to discuss it in closed session around here, and he was open to having it discussed in open meeting. There's also a website that you can go to and see what he makes anyway, so it's not like it's a secret. In this contract, the idea of this being on the agenda is, when you look at his contract, there's a lot of redundancy in the paragraphs of the contract, in addition to the fact that there's misspelled words and other things in here. So what I did, and no one on the board has seen this, I think, other than Frank and Jay, and I only had them look at it to proofread what I changed. What I did is I left the contract as it is in yellow, and in the green, changed words. The body of the contract is still the contract. Nothing's changed in it. Just the redundancy of the paragraphs and, well, there's one small thing that we'll get to. At the top of the contract, I just added 5 full pages. And what you need to do that, or he can initial, and the chairman can initial every page. Because there's 5 pages to this contract. And right now, there's not stopping anyone from taking out a page and putting in another page. And who would know? And by the way, when this contract was signed, the chief never got a copy of it. He just got one last week. Did he give you one? He had never seen it. It was talked about. He just never got a copy for himself.
Of the signed document.
The signed document. And in the top section here, where you can see my cursor going around, I just spelled out the Cedar Mountain Fire Protection District, and that's the employer, and James C. Tuttle, which is the employee, rather than flip-flopping back and forth in the document, as you'll see. That in that first paragraph under background, you see it says the Cmfpd, and I substitute employer for that. So we're not saying Cmfpd. The employer is us, the board. The other thing was qualifications, experience, and abilities. I got the catch-all frame that the government uses, knowledge, skills, and abilities. It's the same thing. It's just different words. In Part B, again, whoops. Cmfpd, I've got employer, but I don't have it highlighted for some reason. I took out desires to employ the employee. It's kind of redundant. The sentence that I have is the employer offers and the employee accepts the offer of employment based on the terms and conditions set out in, and I've taken out agreement throughout the document and put in the word contract, because at the top we're saying it's employee contract. It's not an agreement. Part C, we just added that in, and we're changing the date, if it's approved by the board, to what it says there, 14 December 2013, rather than 8 February, which is today. However the board wants to do that, if they want to do anything with it. That next paragraph, in consideration of, I'm not really sure what that is. The employer is already offered and the employee is already accepted, so I don't know what we're considering. But I got that out of there. The next one, commencement date. If you look at it, if you read that, the employee will commence permanent full-time employment and with the employer on the 1st of December 2013 with a 2-year contract to be renewed on December 1st, 2014. That's 1 year. I was confused with that sentence. So I just changed it to December 1st of 2015. That's a 2-year contract. And then an offer letter can be submitted for the contract of 2015, whatever we decide to do. By the way, I submitted this to Ed Robbins to look at too, just so you know that it wasn't just me doing this. He had some suggestions also. Job title and description. First sentence is gone. We already know that. We're hiring him as the chief. And the employee assumes the title of fire chief and yada, yada, yada. Took out the word protection as fire suppression in his world. That's just a word. In all activities, I put all administrative activities, because the chief does a lot of administrative things. That's why we just gave him $895 for that, whatever, firehouse program, whatever it's called. And I just took out in the fire department and put associated with the fire department operations. Just different words. Included our medical emergencies when, if they are certified. I put qualified emergency medical personnel, semantics with semantics, I guess. Within the Cmfpd, that's redundant, that's what they're doing. And then the chief organizes and directs, yada, yada, yada. Nothing big there. Grant writing and all other information is to be input. I just put log. Doesn't really make any difference. Into the firehouse, I just put into the department software. I don't know where else you would log it. The next sentence, the employee agrees to be employed on a week. We already did that. He's signing the contract, so that's like redundancy again. Took that out. The employee agrees to be subject to the general supervision of the employer. And I took out the rest of that sentence. It just says the same thing. Number 3 is, we just talked about that in his duties. The employee will perform any and all duties. We just talked about that in the previous paragraph. So that's gone. Number 4, the employer cannot unilaterally or insignificantly change the employee's job title. I took that sentence out. The employer may make changes to the duties of the employer where the changes would be considered reasonable. Those 2 sentences to me say the same thing, so I took the first one out. The employee's duties may be changed by agreement of, I took out the word the, because that's just a grammatical error, of both the employee and with full agreement of the employer, not with the Cmfpd, again. The employee agrees to abide by the employer rules, that should be highlighted, not the Cmfpd rules.
Do you want to highlight the word above it, employer also?
Nice catch.
I don't know if you want to do it now or later, but your paragraphs need to be renumbered if you're deleting paragraph 3.
Well, I was going to do all this after. I'm just showing everybody now
Okay.
if we agree to it. That's why I'm trying to highlight in green so I can remember what we agreed to.
Okay.
Employee compensation. This is the tricky one. This is where there's actually a change. Let me read it. Compensation aid to the employee for the services rendered by the employee as required by this contract. And I took out compensation in parentheses will include a salary base of $32,000. That's what was agreed to at the other board when this contract was signed. It's still there. The compensation will be payable twice a month while the agreement is in force. The employer compensates the employee on a bi-weekly basis. That's twice a month.
No, it isn't.
I'm sorry?
No, it isn't.
What is it?
That bi-monthly would be 24 pay periods a year. Bi-monthly, every 2 weeks is 26 a year.
Twice per month.
Twice per month is not bi-weekly.
That sentence is gone. That's in yellow.
On a bi-weekly basis, so there'll be 26 pay periods a year.
That's what he agreed to.
Okay.
Well, bi-monthly.
The bi-monthly paragraph, the compensation will be payable twice per month while the agreement is in force. That's in yellow. That went away. The employer compensates the employee on a bi-weekly basis.
So that's 26 times a year.
Well, you want bi-monthly?
Well, it doesn't make me any difference, but let's be clear. Is it 24 or 26?
Were both of those in there originally?
Yes.
So they're contradicting each other then.
Yeah.
What was your understanding? Twice per month or every other week?
It was just the $32,000 divided twice a month.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
24
payments.
24 periods.
Exactly.
Okay.
You were on that committee that hired him, is that what you remember?
No, I wasn't on that
Oh,
committee,
you
but
weren't, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I was on
Jim.
You
that
were,
committee.
Jim. Is that what it was? Do you remember?
Well, the 32,000 was right every 2 weeks,
Well,
right?
that's what we talked about, but we weren't thinking about how many pay periods there were.
Yeah.
So it's just split.
How do you get paid, Betty, every 2 weeks or twice a month?
Twice a month.
He's paid.
Yeah, bi-monthly.
And his is bi-monthly,
Right.
because we get paid the same time.
So what if we keep that sentence in there, this one here, the compensation will be paid twice a month while the agreement is in force? And take out the one that isn't highlighted.
Yes.
Fine.
That work? So, let's see here. Take that out. That look right what I'm doing here? So keeping that sentence in now?
The last sentence is not highlighted.
Oh, we're not there yet. Does that read right now? The compensation will be payable twice a month while the agreement is in force?
You don't need to have it highlighted because it's already there.
Right, but I put it in yellow, that's why I'm putting it back. Because in the hard copies, it's in yellow. And I don't know why in the agreement we'll also put a $600 paid monthly to the employee. Why did I put that there? Why did I take that out? Oh, because I added it.
Down below it.
Now that last sentence should say bi-monthly instead of bi-weekly.
That's what it was.
It says in here, this is in white, right? Included in the bi-weekly compensation is $600 paid once a month for medical insurance. Does that mean that the bi-weekly compensation or the twice a month compensation already includes that 600, or is the 600 in addition?
600 is addition.
It should be in addition and not as included in.
Right, he's right. It says it's included in.
Yeah, and it shouldn't be included in. It should be in addition. $600 should be paid monthly for health insurance.
And then we gave him, I don't know if it's on there or not, I don't know if I got that for it, $300 twice a year.
That's on the next page.
It's there, I didn't take anything out. Can I read right now? In addition, in the bi-monthly compensation?
No, just in addition, monthly.
Yeah, that's right.
You should be
But
paid.
maybe plain English. In addition, your employee will be paid $600 per month for medical insurance.
Yeah.
You could just add in the word "the" in addition to monthly.
Well, forget about bi-weekly, bi-monthly,
Just
and all
leave
that
that out
stuff.
of there. Write him a separate check
In
for it.
addition, monthly compensation by the employee is $600 for medical insurance.
Paid
I have
once.
paid once a month. Is that sentence right here? This
It's
sentence.
redundant, monthly compensation
I know.
and paid once a month.
I know.
Redundant.
So take out the once a month.
Yes. You know,
Okay?
Let me see what you got here. I gotta pay the check, so I wanna be sure I understand what we're doing. In addition, monthly compensation by the employer.
That's right.
Casey, do you receive that?
Once a
At
month,
the
you get
beginning of the
$600.
month,
Monthly
or at the beginning of the
compensation
First check
by
comes, I
the
get an extra
employer
$600 check.
will be paid for medical insurance. Will be paid towards medical insurance, because we're not paying the whole thing.
The
Does that
thing
make sense?
is, you don't pay the checks. The treasurer pays the checks. You just write them.
I'll have to sign them if you want to be like that. You want to swap jobs?
Casey, just don't get sick.
Okay.
Is that better?
Towards.
Worse?
No, towards, 2 words versus 4.
TOWARDS, towards.
2 words.
Like my car, my car.
People gotta learn how to talk. Okay?
I think that would. Does it make sense to you? Okay.
Okay. Number 7 says the employee will also receive 1 week of sick leave for the first year from start date 1 December 2013 through 31 December 2014. And what I put is the employee will accrue 5.14 hours of sick leave.
1.54.
Bi-monthly, right? 1.54 hours twice a month comes out to 40 hours, if you do the math. And that's the way that the accounting firm gives him sick leave. They don't just give him 40 hours of sick leave at the end of the year. He's accruing it every 2 weeks. So to make it sound like with the insurance, with the payroll company, but this should be bi-monthly, right? Because we just changed that. Or monthly compensation. No, bi-weekly. Bi-weekly, beginning of December 1. Does everybody see that? It still comes out in 1 week of sick leave.
Actually, because we changed from bi-monthly, it should be 1.67 hours.
Does that come out to 40 hours?
That comes out to 40 hours.
You want to calculate it? Is that calculated? So what do you want to change this to?
If you change the sick leave to bi-monthly instead of bi-weekly, and 1.67.
Bi-weekly means every other week. Doesn't bi-monthly mean every other month, not twice per month?
Does that look wrong?
Bi-monthly means twice per month.
Bi-weekly means every other week. Why does bi-monthly mean twice per month?
Because there's some months have.
Doesn't it mean every other month too?
That's a
Because
good
some months
point.
have 6 weeks in them.
That's why I have bi-weekly in there.
That's a good point. We can't change the meaning of bi just halfway through the sentence.
I don't think so. Bi-weekly means every other
Semi-weekly.
week.
I know that.
Doesn't
Semi-weekly.
bi-monthly mean every other month?
I think Chuck is, semi-monthly is the proper.
Semi-monthly.
Semi-monthly, I think so.
That's massive.
Or what if we just said per pay period?
She'll be paid twice a month, and then make it pay, per pay period.
So, okay, so bi-monthly is not,
No, that's every 2 months.
okay,
Because if you get a bi-weekly newspaper, it comes out every 2 weeks.
you're right, okay.
So let's get in there that you get paid twice a month, and then you accrue on the basis of every pay period. So
Semi-monthly.
every pay period
All right.
is half a
That
month.
makes sense. Yeah, that does make sense.
Could be
15?
15 and a half days is maximum, down to as little as.
So what are the words for Mike?
I got you. So we can't say.
Delete bi-weekly, monthly.
That's why I got it down. That's why I got it down for.
Okay, and is it 1.67? Is that the accurate?
I don't know the calculator.
That's 40 hours divided by 24 pay periods.
Okay.
26.
No, 24.
40 hours divided by 24 is 1.67.
We're going to pay twice a month, not every 2 weeks. So that's 24.
24 pay periods.
Yeah.
So it's 1.67.
You're increasing the number I accrue and shortening the amount because of it's per month, or middle of the month.
Yeah, you accrue at a faster rate because you
Right.
get paid at a.
Yeah, that makes sense.
You're still getting a week per year.
You're getting a week. You're
It's
getting
all,
the same amount of time.
it's all the same.
Keep giving us a hard time. Here. No track change is a lot easier than this, let me tell you. Okay, does that look good?
Lessons.
It's not,
What do you think of the community doing our business?
Oh, I don't mind. I don't mind. I believe in transparency anyway, so, you know.
okay. Okay, after 1 full year of employment, the employer will receive 2 weeks vacation. Used preferably not during the fire season. The vacation time will accumulate from January 1, 2014 through December 1 of 2014. If you look, and I don't have this electronically, if you look after the his contract, board members, that's from the Department of Human Resource Management website. And under the law, an employee with less than 5 years' experience in the state of Utah gets 4 hours of pay period. And they get pay period here, not twice a month. If you multiply that out, it comes out to 2 weeks and 3 days, not 2 weeks. I also called Ron DeGant, who was the human resources guru for Kane County, and that's how they compensate employees in the county. Get 4 hours of pay period. So essentially what that paragraph says is he gets, that's something that's changed in the contract.
Right.
Because you guys had agreed, the previous board agreed to 2 weeks. And according to the county and the state, it's supposed to be 2 weeks and 3 days.
We can round it to 3.
Pardon me? So you want to leave it like that, or you want to leave it 2 weeks? It's up to you guys.
I don't want to open myself up for if somebody else
We should comply with the law.
comply with the law.
Well, I mean, I agree, but
What
It's
does,
not up to me to change the contract, we have to do it.
what does the law say? Just because the county does it that way doesn't mean the law says that.
If you look on the last page, Chuck. That's it. R 477-3 -7-3, that's the law. It's the same as the county and the state. Chapter 1, it says sick leave. That's not the county, by the way, that's the state.
This is the state.
That's the law that they follow. I just put it in there because it matches with the Department of Human Resources for the state. It's the same. I got a verbal from Ron DeGant, that's what they do. I don't have a verbal thing in here from her. You can call her if you'd like.
Mike, can I just say something?
No.
Oh, I didn't know.
Yes. Well, because it's your birthday.
I was just saying that if you're being paid by twice a month, that's 24 paychecks. If you're being paid bi-weekly, that's 26 paychecks. So those 4 hours may add up differently.
Right,
Because
it
you're
will.
going bi-weekly there and he's being paid twice a month.
I understand.
So that's 8 more hours that he's showing he's getting that he wouldn't be getting,
Right,
right?
we're gonna have to change that, yeah. I caught that, I was trying to determine, does the board want to leave the contract as it is, the way it's worded, he's getting 2 weeks, or follow what the Department of Human Resources for the state says, and the law says, that he gets the 2 weeks at 3 days. We'll have to change that 4 hours, yes.
Does the state law apply to all local government employees? Or does it just apply to state employees?
You're asking me a lawyer question, and I'll give you a citizen answer.
Well,
Most states, county and local governments follow what the state says, that I know of.
not in Nevada, because each employee unit negotiates their own
We're in
contracts.
Utah,
I know it.
and I'm telling you that King
Why don't-
County,
why don't
Ron
we-
DeGant says they follow the state law. That's all I can tell you. I know what you're asking me, I can't answer it, I don't know.
Why don't we ask Ed?
Well, he looked at this, he looked at it, he agreed,
Okay.
except his bi-weekly and bi-monthly. Do you want to go with the law or what?
I want to go with the law.
Do you want to go with the law or do you want to leave it like this?
We should give him the 2 weeks and 3 days.
We just have to change the wording of this because I think 4 hours.
Does he work extra couple days?
You're asking me? No.
Well, let's see when he comes to your house or not.
We're making him work extra hours right now.
I don't really care, it's okay with me.
I don't see that it hurts us to go with, I'm sorry.
It's all right with me. I feel like they should follow the state law, and I do feel that Ron DeGant, who I spoke to many times, is really very up on this. So, yes, follow the law. Give them 3 days.
What Pat said.
Okay, so we got to change this to
And then just
bi-monthly,
change
right?
bi-weekly to per pay period, so it's consistent with the other ones.
We're taking the 2 weeks away, just giving him 3 days.
Yeah, we're just going to give them 3 days.
Yeah.
We're going to make them work 6 days more, so it's
He didn't hear any of it.
Oh, okay.
Don't agree.
I'm just happy to be here.
What am I putting there? I forgot. Monthly. No, bi-monthly? Bi-monthly. Oh,
No,
per pay.
twice a month.
What does that come out to, Jake? You got your calculator.
What math right now? What do you want to give me? You want to give me 17 days or?
What does 104 hours come out to per pay period? Is it 4 hours?
4 hours and 4.34.
Isn't it usually 4.1?
No, it comes out to, they know it comes out to a weird amount.
Comes out to 454. 430, 400. So it's 4.3 instead of 4.1, you're short of 0.2 of an hour. You go 4.1.
Can you leave it at the 4 hours, is that what you're saying?
No, go to 4.34. If you're gonna go on a semi, if you're gonna make it match the semi-monthly pay period, it should be 434.
Does that come out to 104 hours?
Comes out to 104 hours.
Everybody happy with that?
Yes. Do you need a motion?
No, we're not done yet.
Oh.
That's only page 2.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, the next paragraph talks about $300 in clothing allowance twice yearly, with the first being in winter and the second being in summer. And I only put dates in, I didn't change this, because what does that mean in the summertime? What do we do until August 31st? So I marked it up, and Frank had a comment that he'd like to do it once a year, when I talked to him on the side. You're still getting the $600, but you're getting paid once a year.
Oh,
Instead of the way that this is worded, doesn't, because you said you'd forget.
Yeah, it was just so I wouldn't forget to do it.
I'll remind you, my clothes.
Oh, well, okay then. So if you forget, I don't have to pay you?
No. You sure will remind me.
I mean, I've got May 15th and September 15th. That's a summer month, and well, it's not really technically summer, but it gives them time. I asked them this. I said, what if you're buying your clothing by mail order? It's going to take time to get it. So a little cushion there is a couple of
You're
weeks.
talking about the clothing. I thought you were talking about the insurance.
No.
No.
The clothing's fine once a year is fine. Doesn't matter. It didn't have to be twice.
Then why are we talking about this?
I'm sorry. I thought I was catching up.
So let's go back and do this. Oops. This keyboard is bad.
We still only have $300 this year. Because we only got 300 to begin with. So they're going to do it once a year. We still only have $300 in clothing.
Come back in March.
How about I don't come back at all?
How's that? Oops.
Lost it.
Give me a test there. The employer receives $600 clothing allowance once a year.
Do you want to put a date? Make it a Christmas bonus?
Let's
No.
give it to them on February 29th every year.
I don't know if I like that. I'd say January. You know what I mean? That's what we did this year, right? Or it was ish.
Well, if you already got 300, this would,
That's true. I need another 300, and that'll be the 600 for this month, for this year.
And then
But then
January?
next January, let's do the 600.
You would have to get your 300 again this year, right?
Right.
Yeah,
yes.
to equal the 600.
Is that okay?
If this gets approved, yeah.
Read.
I can't. But yeah, that looks good.
The employer receives $600 clothing allowance once a year and in January parentheses. Get rid of all the rest of that, John.
Fine.
Okay? Number 10 is the employer will reimburse the employee for all reasonable, it's supposed to be expenses, not expense. Employment policy. But I just changed the wording of that next sentence. The training that would be attended by the employee should have employer approval. And the rest of it, I just put in the employer will be reimbursed for per diem / mileage according to employer policy. Because we do have a policy on that. It's still in effect. Is that okay, that paragraph? I didn't change anything in it, just change some words around. Didn't have anything here about performance raises. I don't know if he's going to have good performance or not.
Well, there's nothing in here on review.
No, there isn't.
There's nothing in here on contract termination.
By the way, now that you bring that up, Utah is an at-will state, and for just cause, whether he's got a contract or not, if he does something wrong, he's terminated. Just because he's got a contract, he doesn't stay here for 2 years. It's an at-will state. We talked about that. Just like Nevada's the same way.
Nevada's the same way.
But it does not have that.
For exempt employees. Otherwise, for line employees, you have to go through the termination procedure.
Read the sentence. Doesn't that say in performance raises according to criteria? And just the parentheses. That was in the other one, wasn't it? Cost of living index evaluations being the operative word, determined by the employer. The policy does outline employee evaluations once a year.
Annually, yeah.
Annually.
Where is that?
I want the
Number
employee
11.
evaluations too, so I can.
I've got the evaluations in parentheses there, Chuck.
Yeah, so I know where I need to improve.
I don't.
In performance raises according to criteria, in the parentheses, I have cost of living index evaluations
Okay, that is.
determined by the employer.
Well, that's in 8, not 11.
Oh, well, maybe these changed, these numbering. It's the first paragraph under employee benefits.
Okay, because I was looking under 11.
Is that okay like that?
There's no termination method of terminating the contract, nothing. All contracts should have a method of termination.
Then it talks about after the 2 years, substituting it with a letter of intent.
That means the contract ends after 2 years.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
But
Well, again.
what if he wants to leave? He can't leave under this contract.
Right.
Say something happens that he decides he wants to leave after a year.
I didn't write the contract.
I understand that. What I'm saying is that as long as we're going through and reviewing the contract, then these things should probably be put in there.
They should. So you want to put a sentence in there about that? There or later on?
I think there should be a whole section on termination for both his benefit and our benefit.
There isn't even a section for that right now.
No, there isn't. That's what I mean. I think we should have a line on there that at the end that it's been reviewed and approved as to form by the attorney.
Well, in the conversation with the attorney, for whatever it's worth, he wasn't entirely comfortable with the idea of the contract to begin with, because again, it's an at-will state. So the contract is kind of, I don't know what the contract is for.
We've never had a contract with the fire chief before.
It's just an unusual situation because the previous chief had an offer letter in Chief Tuttle as a contract, and I'm not sure why we have two different things. You can speak.
They wanted to make sure, my understanding is, and Sharon, you should be aware of this, so you can bring so you can, that with hiring Chief Tuttle, they wanted to make sure that they did do a contract for him in order for him to feel secure in the position that he moved from Henderson. And it was a board decision to do a contract. That's all I can tell you. But it also was an advantage for him to know that he was secure in his position, the same as the board wanted to make sure someone would be secure and not leave as the past chief did.
I remember these conversations. It was both, it was twofold. It was peace of mind for me and peace of mind for the board, knowing that they had somebody here for 2 years. And I was comfortable with signing a 2-year contract. We can put it however, we can do whatever we want.
I think we just leave it like it is, right there.
Should some of these things be in a separate contract, or should they be under policy 5A100, where this is the policy that we established for employment of a fire chief, no matter who it is. And then we should have a separate policy for compensation. Policy for the 5A100 is for the qualifications, job duties, responsibilities, the responsibilities of the board for the fire chief. Then compensation should be under another policy that would cover all employees. Then the secretary's compensation, she has 5A200 is her job description.
Well, in the body of the contract, it talks about me meeting the policy. So,
and then if that was all in the policies, that would be fine. But the contract doesn't agree with the policy.
Or doesn't it? I'm not following, I guess.
I'm just, again, wondering what should be in the policy and what should be in separate contracts.
I understand.
Mr. Chairman, I have a thought. I don't disagree with what Chuck's saying. We're in a situation where we already have a contract.
Right.
And all we're doing is trying to make it a little more readable and user-friendly. I would suggest we do that. And then long-term, Jay and I can look at, what you're talking about, making sure that the policies address these things. And then if everybody's comfortable, down the road, we can rescind the contract if that's what's most appropriate. Or we just leave it till it expires and then incorporate the new policy or whatever. Does that make sense? Because we already have a contract right now.
Yeah, and I have no objection to having a contract. I just would like to see it totally cleared up if we're going to clean up part of it.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Okay.
In regards to the termination clause of the contract, there's no penalty if Chief Tuttle should choose to end his employment. There's on the same portion, there's no penalty for the district. We should choose to end Chief Tuttle's employment. It is an at-will state. I say it should stand that we don't need a termination clause in the contract.
I agree. I don't want to change it. The idea of this wasn't to change the contract. It was just to take out some of the redundancy and spelling errors and stuff. I don't want to change anything. Everybody else is bringing up the changes.
Leave it alone, we'll worry about it later. Another one, after the time jump.
Yes, ma'am.
I agree with that also, and even on termination, I know that when we did discuss this with Casey informed us that he would be here for at least 5
Can you
years.
please speak up?
I said when we discussed this with Casey, he informed us he would be here 5 years, so he wouldn't be terminating anyhow. That was his comment.
And
I just want to make that.
And since I've met him, I've discussed with him, he can't leave unless he gets permission. So,
Well, I'm not going to tackle him.
Next paragraph.
all right, next paragraph. We'll leave that one like it is. Next paragraph is I just took out an order for the duties to perform and complete. We already said that somewhere else. The vacation dates, because the other paragraph says not every exact fire season or something, so that's all. Next paragraph is, it's just the terminations is plural and it should be singular. The rest of the paragraph is fine. the duty to devote full-time employment. There's already a paragraph in the beginning that describes his duties, and I think he works more than 40 hours a week personally.
Right
He's
now.
on call 24/7, so that's why I got rid of that. If you want to leave it there, we can. He's working 40 plus every week, so, as is Betty. That was just to give you a plug.
Thanks.
We appreciate it.
I just took out that middle part of that because it just makes sense. The employee acknowledges that acquiring or adding to information which is confidential to the Cmfpd, and this should be employer, is the exclusive property of the employer. Sorry. That did not sound good.
Rats. It's just a rat.
It's one of the small ones.
That next paragraph, it's huge. That to me is redundant. We already said that. The information that you require is the property of the employer. We already said that.
Ice.
The next paragraph, it says ownership and there was no space. I just put space there. The next paragraph talks about you turning over information that's confidential to the employer. I don't think I changed anything there, except seeing if you do a board of directors is now employer. The other thing is it's just a typo. Next thing.
I'm lost on that one. It says all information kept by the employee is to be kept locked up and in a personnel file.
That would be like applications and
Nothing should be brought home.
Yeah, no, it's all right in there.
Everything should be here. There shouldn't be any documents going to the house.
Period.
Period. End of story. That's what all that is saying, I think.
I think so.
Last sentence is kind of self-explanatory. I just made this single acknowledge, not acknowledges. And for signing, it's just the chairman and the chief. The other contract had 5 of the 7 members of the board, but the title was signed by the Cmfpd Board of Directors or something like that.
I have a question on number 5. Kind of pass it real quick. It says the employees' duties may be changed in agreement of both the employee with the, now what was in there before was the full agreement of the employer. Are we taking out full agreement of the employer? And if we are taking that out, what does that mean?
I don't know which one you're reading.
I'm sorry.
What happened is this one that's electronic, they changed the numbering. That's what Chuck was saying earlier.
I got you. I'm talking about, it's on page 2. Mine is listed number 5, and it says the employee cannot unilaterally and significantly change the employee's job title or duties. And it would be the last sentence.
The employee's duties may be changed by agreement of both parties, of both the employer and employee.
Can I answer this, Mike?
Sure.
Casey, with the full agreement of the Cmfpd, is we don't have to come into this, we don't have to, in the area meeting, come into a meeting and make a decision. Mike and you can make that decision outside of a meeting, and it's done and changed. He's the employer outside of this meeting, you're the employee. So if you two agree to a change outside of this meeting, you can do it, sign it, done. You don't need the rest of us to be a part of that.
If we
But if
both,
you do it here in a meeting, then it's going to be the rest of us.
I got you. All right, that's fine then.
And I'm not sure what duties would change other than what we were talking about. Right now, we have a snow manager, Jim, and in the past, the fire chief was a snow manager. I'm not saying that's gonna happen, but that's a duty.
Okay. That's kind of what I was thinking about too, because I'm just making it official. I do not want that duty.
Well, in paragraph 5, it says. Okay, everybody happy with that? Can we, I think I've got all the changes as we were going along. Can there be a motion by the board to accept the changes in the contract that are in green?
Let me rephrase that if I may, Mr. Chairman, and I'll make the motion. I move that the contract signed and dated 14th of December 2013 be rescinded and superseded by this contract as amended today, if it's agreeable to Chief Tuttle.
Because there is this modification clause here, by the way. But all that change was agreement put in contract. But it does say that. It has to be agreed upon by both parties.
I agree.
Good point, Frank. We agree. So there's a motion. I'm not going to repeat that motion.
I'll second that.
You know what he said.
I was going to say there's 3 of us that seconded it, so it's really.
Okay, it's been seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Motion carries. So we'll change that and I'll get you to sign it. We'll sign it after I do the changes.
Sure.
We did track changes, you have to press the button and it's done, but it's not sure.
Who's officially being the second on that? There were 3 that
I
seconded
know,
it.
I just put my name down as a second. It doesn't make any difference. 3 of us.
Next item up is the flag reimbursement, that's Jay. I don't know if you feel comfortable talking about it, you want me to?
Go ahead.
We, there was a flag up here, and I don't remember when it disappeared. I know in 2010 and 2011 there was one. I don't know where it is. I've looked around for it. I went over to Station 2. It's nowhere. So in discussions with Jay, he volunteered to go out and purchase a flag out of his own pocket, and that's why that flag is there. And the purpose of this being on the contract is, I think we as a board should be reimbursing him out of the funds because it shouldn't come out of his pocket. And if you disagree, I've already got like 3 other board members. We'll all patch in for it because we should have a flag up here. We are a government organization. We should have a flag. We are holding public meetings.
May I just make a comment?
Sure.
When we came on the board in 2012,
Wasn't here.
I remember originally they had a flag and they had a Utah flag going through the years. And I'm the same way. That was never here when we started in 2012.
Well, we had this conversation in 2010 when I was the chairman then.
Right.
I don't remember the Utah flag being here. I remember the American flag being here.
I just remember the Utah originally because I went out and purchased it.
Well,
But I don't know
in
what
looking
stands out.
around, I didn't go out in the transfer containers or the containers of what, but in looking through the 2 stations, I don't see any flag. I don't know where it is. Either flag.
No.
We'd have to look at it.
I'd move that we reimburse Jay out of line item 16, building maintenance.
Building maintenance, Frank, is that good?
I can do that. We were just debating on it.
Okay, motion on the table to reimburse Jay for the, I think it was what, 200?
It's 220 in the Utah flag. If we choose to go that route in the future, it will be 260.
And we need a receipt.
There's
You have it already, okay.
Second motion.
Motion's been seconded to reimburse Jay. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstaining? Motion carries.
I'd also like to see the Utah flag replaced.
Well, it's not an agenda item, so I think we have to put that on. I would too, but don't we have to have that as an agenda item?
It isn't as a motion or anything. it's just
I would
statement.
submit that could be handled under routine business.
We could.
The chief can go purchase it and
Okay?
doesn't need board approval.
Is that okay with everybody? We're gonna put a Utah flag up there too. We should have one.
routine business.
Okay. Next one is the 2013 certification fee. Jay?
I'd like it to bypass it in the interest of time and just remove it from the discussion of new business. I don't need to discuss it.
Do you want it under old business for next month, or just take it away altogether?
No, because I'll rescind it with prejudice. If it has to come up again, we'll bring it up again, but for right now, if it doesn't go under old business, we can just close it out and we have to reopen.
Budget line item, Sharon?
Frank already talked about that when I was talking with the accountant. We had discussed getting a line item, and she sent us the one that was used before the past board removed it. Frank has that as well as some others, and they will be studied and see what is best for us and what will assure transparency, because that's a big thing. We're going to make sure there's transparency. That's it.
There's nothing we have to vote on, so. Okay, now for the unpleasant one before we get to the policies. And just so the folks in the audience know, I went back and forth with this, trying to decide whether to talk about this in closed session or open session. And in talking with the attorney, because nothing has been filed as of yet that we've received, we're doing it in open session. And I need the input from, it's the 4 board members, but actually Frank wasn't here when this happened. Jim, Pat, and Sharon. And if you would allow me just to read the letter so it doesn't go around to everybody. This letter was dated January 23rd.
Will it be in the minutes?
Yeah. Okay. I just don't want to go make 7 copies of however many people did.
Okay.
Certified. Came to myself as the board chairman. And it says, I am writing you this letter to discuss some items in my letter of offer of employment that were never fulfilled by your organization. Your organization offered me employment based on a 6-month probation period. After the probation period ended, you are willing to offer me a raise in salary if the board was satisfied with my performance. According to the board chairman at that time, they were satisfied with my work. However, I did not receive a pay raise. As one board member put it, we are paying his insurance. Well, let me remind you that insurance is a benefit and not a substitute for a pay raise. Number 2, your offer letter also stated that your department would provide insurance, possibly a percentage that will be discussed on my arrival, if I recall correctly, in the February 2013 board meeting. The board was discussing if they were going to provide me insurance. These discussions are null and void because in your offer letter you had already stated you will provide insurance. The board did decide to start me out at a top pay of $32,000 annually. This also does not take the place of a raise that I never received after my 6-month probation period as promised in the offer letter. Number 3, your letter also stated that insurance would be provided. However, your department did not directly offer me insurance. Your department offered to pay a portion of my insurance, which you did. However, I had to go out and get my own insurance, which is more expensive than if you get it through a company. So that was an added expense on my part. Number 4, being that you did not follow through on your obligations that you stated in your offer letter, I am requesting that you reimburse me for my moving expenses to Utah and back to North Carolina, plus a 6-month raise of $2,500 that I had discussed with the board chairman, Jeff Hoyt. Moving expense to Utah was $3,300. This includes rental truck and car carrier, fuel, lodging, and meals. Moving expenses to North Carolina, $2,600 for moving household furniture, plus $833 in fuel, lodging, and meals. The total is $9,233. I have also filed a federal Equal Opportunity Employment Commission discrimination complaint against your department. I look forward to hearing from you and receiving payment as requested. Couple of things to point out. We Cmfpd has not received anything in writing from the Federal Equal Opportunity Employment Commission. I have a series of emails here that went back and forth between, actually it was Art Moore, who was the chairman at the time. I don't think I have anything here from Hoyt.
He was already gone.
I thought he was too,
No.
because he didn't come until
He came to the
Miller.
January meeting, yeah, and then.
Let's stay organized here.
Yeah, he was there.
This is a job. I don't know who this email was to, but it was from Philip Miller. It just says CMFPD admin, so I don't know if Art saw this or not. And he's asking, it is a great honor to accept your offer of the position of fire chief for the CMFPD. Myself and Al are looking forward to moving and getting to know each one of you. As you know, the starting salary is approximately $4,000 less than I'm making now. Excuse me. However, with a pay increase at 6 months and 1 year, it is my hope to make up the difference if my work performance is up to board expectations. With that being said, I am planning to start work on Wednesday, January 2, 2013. With this letter, I would like to confirm a few items. He's requesting a letter of offer for the position of fire chief. It says I will sign and scan it and email it back to you. Assistance with securing housing prior to my arrival. Assistance in securing a mailbox as he needs to forward his mail. A one-time assistance with moving expenses in the amount of $3,000. That does match what he's asking in his demand letter. We will be moving ourselves. This will cover the rental truck and fuel. As you know, my family is moving across country to accept the position. I respectfully request a contract of 2 to 3 years of employment, pending acceptable performance. If the board decides to terminate my employment before the end of the contract, I am to receive a minimum of 6 months severance pay. If my work performance is unacceptable during the contract period, I am not entitled to any pay. I hope that you find this request to be reasonable, as it's a smooth transition for the board and me. I look forward to working with you. Now, there is a response from Art Moore back to him regarding the $3,000 of moving expenses, and he said no.
And verbally, that had been discussed with every single applicant that we interviewed.
My comments to this, from what is here, and then I'll open it up for the board to discuss. I cannot find a signed offer letter or an acceptance letter that is signed from Philip Miller. There is an email that goes from the CMFPD, it's over here, I'm sorry. There is an email that was sent to Philip Miller with the letter, electronic version, that says, sincerely CMFPD Jeff Hoyt, Chairman. That's the offer letter, the only thing I can find. It's not signed. There is no acceptance letter from Philip Miller, as he stated that he was requesting that the offer letter be sent to him electronically. He'd print it off, sign it, scan it, and send it back. There isn't one that I can find. There's nothing. As far as his raise goes, I'm just giving you all the background. As far as his raise goes, there is nothing in his personnel file at all that he ever had an evaluation after 6 months. Now, I am told that there was an evaluation, as I interviewed a couple of the board members, and Pat shaking her head yes, because I was told that you took the notes in the closed session when you were discussing it. I don't know if that's true. I'm only telling you what people told me. I don't know what was true. But the form, and we have a policy for it, there is a form for the paid staff, both the administrative staff and the fire chief and assistant chief, that should have been filled out with a report on his performance. Can't find that in the personnel, it's not there. So that's all I know about this, and I wasn't here when all this happened. That's why I pointed to you folks, because you folks were here and know what happened. Right now, Ed said, don't answer the letter. Ed Robbins has advised us not to answer the letter because we have nothing from his attorney or that board, the Equal Opportunity Employment Board, that says there is a discrimination complaint filed. So there is no backup paperwork, because that's the end of my story. I can't find all the paperwork. So you guys can...
It was stated over and over that there was no insurance. We could not pay.
That's right.
That went every single employee person that we interviewed. And the policy and procedure was to go from 28 to 32,000. And we kind of pushed the limit where, to give him the insurance.
What happened was he did send an email requesting moving expenses of $3,000 or $6,000, and our chairman did write back and say no. But what the chairman did say was instead of starting him out at $32,000, he would start him out at $32,500 to help him with his moving expenses.
That's right.
And so he upped that amount, and that would help him with his moving expenses. I know he did discuss insurance, and as far as an evaluation goes, I don't know where, oops, no, that's my chair. I don't know where you got that information from, but I never was involved in taking notes in a closed session on evaluation. Do you remember me doing it, Betty?
I'm not in closed sessions.
Well, I understand that, but I don't even know if an evaluation was done, was it printed out, or whatever. That I do not know, so I wasn't involved in that. Betty?
You had printed out, Art had asked you to hand all of the evaluations to the board members to fill them out. You'd put them in all the trays. I know Jerry had filled one out. You had filled one out. Art filled one. I don't remember if Sharon did or not. And because you guys decided in a closed session that he was not going to give a raise, they were not submitted to be filed.
Because we put him on we started paying his insurance.
That's right.
We weren't going to do a raise till the next year.
Right, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. That is true, and when he talked about getting insurance, and it was stated at a board meeting that because it was costing us X amount of dollars more, and it was stated by a board member, well, there's your raise. I mean, that, it was just stated, that was on the table. And they purchased, you had a lot of problems purchasing the insurance, and he had to pay part of it, and they agreed to pay X amount of dollars. There was never a decision made that I can remember on giving him a raise. I don't know where that came from. That may have been hearsay verbally between you and I.
He had to have a special insurance because of his daughter.
Right.
It had to be paid to the court. So the insurance was hard to find in Utah. He had to go probably back there to get it because all this money came right out, went right to the court for his insurance.
It's just these are the people who are here for this. I want to read you what Ed Robbins said, not to shut you off.
I have a question.
Oh, that you would make a comment.
No.
Go ahead.
The initial agreement was for $32,000 a year. Then Chairman Moore changed to $32,500, gave him an extra allotment of $32,500 per year to compensate for his moving. And then y'all in the closed session decided in the closed session no raise because you'd already given him a $500 allowed, he'd already granted a $500 raise, is that correct?
Because
Yeah, I think,
we had maxed him out, that we raised, he wasn't going to get the 32,000. But we had what, 30 was the original discussion?
28 to 30.
That was when you were in negotiations with the
Right,
board.
right. And I just don't remember that closed session, but I usually remember everything. But we had maxed him out at 32.5 because we couldn't pay any more than that.
Because of our,
Let me read this to you, I'm sorry to interrupt.
yeah.
This is the offer letter that was sent to him in an email. It's not an official letter signed by anybody. We, the Cedar Mountain Fire Protection Board, would like to offer you, Philip Miller, the position of fire chief with a 6-month probation. After the 6-month probation has ended and the Cedar Mountain Fire Protection District Board is satisfied with your performance, we are willing to offer you a raise in salary in a 2-year contract. The position will have a starting salary of $30,500 per year, payroll being paid every 2 weeks. This board will look into insurance for you as an employee, employer, and pay a percentage of all insurance, depending on cost effective. This position has a vehicle for you to use, a 1999 Tahoe SUV or a 2008 Ford pickup truck. Both have 4-wheel drive. These vehicles will be used for Cmfpd business only and not for personal use, and a gas card is also issued for these vehicles. A cell phone will be issued also for Cmfpd business with a radio in order to be in contact 24/7 with the volunteers and board members. A clothing allowance of $300 for the first 6 months and another $300 after completion of stated probation. The Cmfpd has voluntarily offered to send information regarding housing. Availability to you and Cmfpd is also offered to make sure a post office box information be sent, or the availability sent to you in order to secure your personal mail. The raise in salary will be discussed again at the anniversary of the start date after completion of 6 months probation, approximately 1 July 2014. CMFP does request that you be available for any all holidays or special events. There's a basic EMT class, that's about his training. When I read this, and I sent this to Ed, it doesn't say in here that he's going to get a raise after a 6-month probation. It says that the board was going to go talk about it and decide whether he was going to get a raise. The fact that we don't have an evaluation form kind of throws a monkey in the wrench, because we don't know what that board discussed. I mean, not calling anybody a liar, but you have to go into the tape, I guess, and listen to what's going on. This is what Ed says, not to belabor this forever, just bring this to a close. All of the hiring and termination went on without me. I've read the letter. Here's my recommendation to the board for the weekend. Do not respond to the letter, and I mentioned that. Ask the continuing board members what happened. We did that. Did the 6-month evaluation actually take place, and if so, what happened? I guess we kind of determined it took place, but we had nothing documented on what happened. It's just what you folks are saying.
it was in closed session.
Right. Is his version of the events accurate or not? Again, I don't know. I read those letters, and it's conflicting, because what it says in his offer email isn't necessarily what he's saying in his letter. It kind of sort of is. And he seems to confuse the dates when he was talking with Hoyt and when he was talking with the 2013 when Doc was the chair. There's confusion there to me when I read it. There should be a memo in his file about an evaluation. If not, that is a concern. It's hard to enforce an agreement to make an agreement, which is essentially what he is trying to do. At the same time, we need to show good faith on our side and say, yes, a review actually took place, and here's what happened. There's lots of other problems with this claim. We did not make him clear. We did not make him move clear across country, etc. The reasons for doing nothing right now are twofold. Number one, he can't actually assert the claim out of state. He needs to be here to do it. In other words, if he's found the claim, it's got to be in Utah, not wherever he went, North Carolina. We don't yet see a demand letter for an attorney, and I mentioned that to everybody. He says he filed an EEOC complaint. We haven't seen anything, and we haven't. They may or may not do anything with it. Let's just stand by and see if anything else happens. So I'm just bringing this forward because it was a certified letter that when you read his letter and you read the email letter, it doesn't even make sense to me what's going on. And I just wanted the board members to know it. We've interviewed you in front of the public, and you said what you said, and we don't really have any documentation. That's fine, other than the closed session tape.
And who would pay when somebody quits? Who would pay to send them off?
He had stated that his new employer was paying all expenses back to North Carolina.
That's something to talk about down the road if something comes out of this, because that point is moot. I mean, unless there's something in writing that says that we were going to pay for him to move back there. I never heard of that before. It's usually the people that hire you pay, not.
When we went to closed session, we decided he wasn't going to get a raise because we just gave him this insurance money. Is that on tape?
Well,
The closed session,
I'd have to
yes.
listen to the closed session tape.
Not here.
Well, I don't know. I haven't listened to it, and Ed didn't say to listen to it. What he's saying right now is do nothing.
Oh, yeah. He was in closed session when we were in there.
Wait for a court order to.
Right. If we get a letter from an attorney or something from EEOC, well, then maybe we'll have to go listen to the tape and see what went on. But that's the only time you're supposed to listen to those. Okay? Everybody good with that? We can move on. And you've been hearing it. Forget you heard all this.
I forgot.
Okay. The last item on the agenda is 1, 2, 3. There's 5 policies that have been changed and or updated. And that's Jay and Frank, so I'm going to be quiet and do the computer thing, the video stuff. They can do, which one do you want to do first? You want to?
Yeah. They're there. PG, whatever.
This one? This one?
Sure.
Is that big enough? Do I have to make it bigger?
No.
You guys see that? This is 2D 104, which is, this is kind of a slam dunk. It's the current membership of the governing board, terms and written communication, and it's really just changing the 4 new board members. Took off Greg Lyman, Art Moore, and Jerry, because they're no longer on the board, and we put in Petullo, Breckler, Frank is back, but now he's in a 4-year term, and Jay. So it just identifies that our term is till 12/31/2017, and the other 3 folks at 2 years, they're up for re-election again if they choose to run. That's all it says. Oh, and all this.
There's a little more, I think.
Well, that's what's in green, and then there's this on the second page. Oops. This here?
That actually shows the address here at the station. And in just a bit, we're going to talk about the policy that deals with how to contact the station. And so this was redundant information in that other policy.
Yeah, there are 2 policies existing, this one and 2G100, that are very similar, and the thought was to cancel 2G100, which is just how to communicate with the board, and incorporate that into 2D104, which you just showed, and there's the address to do it. So what I'd like to do, we'd like to propose is just cancel 2G100 as being superseded by 2D104, and with the new information on 2D104 that includes the new board members and the current address.
I would move that we cancel the existing 2D104 and 2G100 and approve 2D104 as presented today.
Do I have to repeat that?
I can. Cancel the existing
I'm going to check.
2G.
I think we all understood.
Okay.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, there's a motion on the table to cancel that, to combine the addresses into one. and accept 2D104 essentially. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, that motion passes. That's the one we canceled, right?
That's
2G1?
canceled one, yeah. It's
Okay,
canceled.
that's the one we canceled. I don't know if you can see it, but I'm not going to make it bigger. That talks about written communications too. That's the way it's gone away. BD 100, you want to do that one next? That's the next one here. Did I do this one? Did I skip one? 3D 100? 3D 100? Good.
Well, that red's really red, isn't it?
We got to select better colors.
Yeah, I didn't realize it'd be the red all along.
What's the red? The stuff that goes away?
It's deleted stuff.
You guys can't read that? No?
Well, no.
It says the purpose of this order is to establish the CMFPD policy and procedure for the compensation of active status, and in red, it's firefighters/emergency medical technicians. In green, it says firefighter, emergency medical technician, firefighter/EMT, and volunteers for the time they spend. In red, transporting a patient to and from a hospital which is over and above the compensation they are presently paid by Kane County Hospital. And insert, responding to an alarm or call and transporting a patient to or from a hospital. Essentially, what we're changing it to read is the purpose of this order is to establish the CMFPD policy and procedure for the compensation of active status firefighter, EMT, and volunteers for the time they spend responding to an alarm or a call or transporting a patient to or from the hospital. That's what that paragraph's supposed to read. What's taken out here, if you can't see it, is in that section, the thing that talks about just EMTs and transporting patients to and from the hospital. Because in the first paragraph, now we're talking about firefighter, EMT, and volunteers. So that just came out. Not specifically EMTs. Does that make sense? So I have to read it out.
So you're making it a bigger group that you're talking about?
Yes, we're making the group bigger for paying instead of individual. I think. Is that what we did?
Why is it in there, transport? For future? Or we don't transport?
Okay, I can't hear you, Sharon.
This was the policy. Okay.
I just asked why it's in there, transporting, where we are not certified, qualified to transport.
This policy was in effect when we still had the ambulance up here.
Yeah.
What they're taking out is that, transporting. They're taking that
Okay.
out. The red is what's coming out.
Okay.
She has the advantage of reading it here.
I get busy looking.
I can't see it.
No, I can't either.
Can you read the green one?
Yes.
Firefighter colon, see it? That's being added, that sentence.
There's some ambiguity between the classification of active firefighter in the table of contents in the policies. And then there was classifications for EMTs. There was classifications for firefighter, EMTs, and both roles. And the ambiguity came from the words active and inactive. So it is active and inactive are status. Firefighters one classification, EMTs another. Firefighter EMTs a third classification, and volunteers the entry-level classification to go to any one of those three pipelines. So you have four groups of volunteers. You have your volunteers at your base level. Then they can go EMT or firefighter, and in the end, they're going to hopefully attain the rank of firefighter or EMT.
Can you read that up there?
Oh, I see, okay.
Can you read that?
Okay. Now it becomes, are they active or are they inactive based on how trained are they?
Can't see it there? Not close enough.
So at the very basic level, this policy talks to the volunteer, the person that walks in the door, gives you an application, you say, I accept you as a volunteer, you meet the requirements. this policy talks to them. Everybody else who works for you falls into this policy.
Whether they're EMTs, firefighters, or firefighter EMTs.
Correct.
Okay.
I thought we kept the EMTs separate before.
This is only regarding the pay. This isn't regarding their job description or duties. This is simply the pay policy.
This paragraph right here, can you see where my cursor is moving around? Right here? Can you guys see that? That's talking about the EMTs that are being reimbursed by the hospital, which is not applicable right now because we don't have EMTs.
Yeah, we got 2.
Right, but they're not transporting.
But they're running on
Yes, they sometimes do.
We don't have an ambulance.
Sunshine and Boyd Heaton.
But they're running under Elton.
They're running under Elton, but they're still.
And this says they're getting paid up to 2 hours by Kane County Hospital. That's what it says. Doesn't necessarily apply to CMFPD. EMT. I mean, there's CMFPDs, EMTs technically, but they're actually responding with the Alton ambulance.
They're being compensated from the hospital
Right.
by King County do all, not by us.
So that's what that paragraph where I'm moving the cursor around, that's what that says.
I haven't met Mr. Eaton yet.
Pardon?
I haven't met Mr. Eaton yet, so I wasn't aware that he was on our fire department.
He is.
Okay.
Yes.
So this is saying that on the pay for the EMTs, this is something that Cedar Mountain will pay them extra other than the hospital? Because I'm having trouble reading that also.
Yes, that's exactly what it says. Not in addition to the time they spend. So if they're running, as per our agreement with the hospital, when we come to that stage, if they are running with the hospital, because our average runs are greater than 2 hours, they're compensated. The hospital only compensates for 2 hours.
I understand that.
So from 2 hours to the duration of the run, we now finish that compensation.
So we are paying extra other than the hospital.
Yes,
That's what you want.
they should be compensated for their time.
And are other EMTs compensated for their time throughout the King County?
Throughout King County, they don't have the same problem that we have. We have to go, we have a wider district, we have to go a farther distance to get them to where they go.
Well, I kind of
And get back home. And get back home.
And get back home, yeah, absolutely. They have the farthest to go of anybody in the county to transport a medical patient. The average time run used to be over 5 hours.
Oh, wow.
Because you got to get here, you respond. It takes you 3 hours to get from here, scene, transport, back here at a very, very minimum. For the first time you get there and load and go, and it's a 10-minute on scene, that's a 3-hour call.
Okay, point of order. Let me go through this policy and just read what the green says. Then we can discuss if you have objections to what the green says, because that's what the policy review committee has written, and then we can talk about it. Because otherwise we're going to spin our wheels here all day, going paragraph to paragraph. The EMT says, for EMTs, Kane County Hospital presently reimburses Kane County Hospital / CMFPD EMTs on a per-call basis. Under present Kane County Hospital policy, EMTs are compensated for their volunteerism during medical responses up to 2 hours. Then we have the category firefighter EMT. CMFPD may compensate firefighters / EMTs for responses to calls or alarms and/or transporting to a hospital. Then we have the category volunteer. CMFPD may compensate volunteers for responses to calls or alarms and/or transporting to or from a hospital. Then there's a category of active. Active CMFPD firefighters, EMTs, firefighter EMT, or volunteer authorized to run for CMFPD may submit a CMFPD timesheet to CMFPD for compensation at the rate of $10 per hour per authorized response for calls and alarms and for up to 6 additional hours of time after the initial 2 hours for medical response. So that answers what you were just asking. Per Kane County Hospital's present protocol to transport, an ambulance must have on board a minimum of 1 EMT basic and 1 intermediate EMT, and I think that's EMT advanced now, they changed it in Utah.
ALS.
And an ambulance driver who is a first responder. That's the policy for Kane County Hospital. 3 people in the ambulance. If the patient's condition is extremely serious, Kane County Hospital will accept 1 to 2 additional intermediate EMTs, and again, that's advanced, on board. CMFPD will compensate only those primary transporting EMT personnel who are scheduled for duty on the final approved CMFPD EMT monthly in-service calendar for runs on that date. Therefore, as the call severity dictates, those individuals on the schedule and up to that number of necessary EMT personnel may submit a CMFPD timesheet for compensation. Unscheduled or extraneous personnel or other non-qualified personnel on board or those from other communities may not be compensated under this policy. Under the section procedure, a completed and signed CMFPD employee timesheet must be submitted to the CMFPD fire chief. All timesheets must be submitted and approved by the 15th and 31st of each month. Timesheets that are illegible, inaccurate, or not submitted on time may not be compensated. Under responsibilities, the fire chief shall verify the call-outs and hours listed, then initial that he or she verified the qualifying hours prior to approving the timesheet. The chief shall forward the completed and approved timesheet to the CMFPD district clerk for their final approval. The district clerk shall process the timesheet for compensation by check and establish a process to deliver it to the qualifying firefighter, EMT, firefighter/EMT, or volunteer. End of story. Yes.
Question, why is volunteer in with transporting? A volunteer is not a volunteer firefighter. Volunteer shouldn't be having anything to do with transporting.
Don't ask me, they wrote the policy. They wrote it.
Absolutely, a volunteer can transport. If a volunteer is entering the training pipeline, as per the hospital's policy, it's up to the chief if he wants to use the condition for an on-the-job. So an ambulance run, as per the hospital policy, requires the 1-in-1. There can be a third additional person if it's not as serious, where there's not a second advance EMT on board. So he can use a volunteer as that additional person, so long as they comply with the rest of the hospital policy, the what's the non-disclosure health notice?
The HIPAA stuff.
The HIPAA, so long as they've completed all this stuff in the hospital, the HIPAA stuff, there's a couple other items they got to complete. A volunteer may actually ride on the ambulance and be a part of that transport, and that's on-job training.
And that is per Kane County.
Well, we read that.
That's the chief's discretion, how he wants to handle that.
Kane County protocols require a basic, an advanced, and a first responder, and I'm assuming that's what you're talking about, volunteer.
Well, no, that would be an EMR now. They just changed it to EMR.
So,
Emergency medical responder. Just another certification. It's below EMT.
But it is the same as a first responder, correct?
Correct, it is.
so this compensation of compensating the volunteer under the hospital's policy, the volunteer does not get paid. He says, okay, you're coming, this is your on-the-job time, and they're the third person. They don't get paid by the hospital. So what this policy does is say, here you go, you're on the job, you're making the money, you're getting paid, and we're going to pay that out of our
I've
pocket.
heard of volunteer transport, so, okay.
Yes, Pam.
I believe they've always had it where as long as they did have a first responder, and the third person on the ambulance was allowed to drive the ambulance as long as they went through the training and made sure they were certified on that. And they have had situations where the volunteer firemen have gone on medical calls because they do help to, not transport, but to load, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. They are usually there to help the EMTs in any way they can. But I guess this is stating that a volunteer, if they are an EMR and are the third person on that ambulance, the hospital's not going to pay them, but Cedar Mountain is going to pay them for their community commitment for volunteering. Is that right?
That's exactly it.
This basically covers not fire responses, but EMS responses.
This policy actually covers all responses.
It does?
Because, yeah, we kind of got trapped in the EMS portion because King County hospital policy is in this policy. But this is calls and alarms for volunteer, EMT, firefighter, and EMT firefighter.
Depend the purpose.
So it encompasses all of it. And in some manner or another, what it says is...
So volunteer firefighters responding to a fire call would be compensated at $10 per hour under this.
Yes, sir. If you're a volunteer, just walked in the door yesterday and you choose to meet the requirements in the policies, you choose to send them to a scene, they're going to get compensated. They're no longer going to do it volunteer. They're going to be paid.
That's on a per hour basis, or?
It's on a per hour basis up to a limit for the EMS calls of 6 hour max.
So we would be changing from a volunteer to a paid on call.
There you go.
Right.
So an hour and a half would be 2 hours.
An hour and a half would be an hour and a half. The 2 hours is just the hospital. Only
No. Let's say that you had a fire that lasted 3.5 hours. That'd be paid for 4 hours. No. Is it for an hour or any portion thereof?
You could do it in whatever increments you wanted to. You could do it in 10-minute increments.
Well, it doesn't make it clear in here.
I got you.
Is it in 10-minute increments, 15-minute, half hour, or?
Well, it says you're going to be compensated at the rate of
10
per hour.
$10.
So if you turn in a 3.5 hour timesheet, you're going to get 10 times 3.5 hours.
Okay, so it's minute per minute.
That's whatever the timesheet is.
Minute to minute, 6. Okay.
That's the intent anyways. If that language not clear, we can change it to be clear. That was the intent.
Any other discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I move that policy number 3E 100 as presented today be approved.
Second.
There's a motion on the table to accept 3E 100, seconded for all that green stuff, I guess, with all the changes.
Could I amend for just a second?
Sure.
Could I ask you to amend your motion that we accept it with the changes that the word intermediate be changed to advanced and the words first responder be changed to EMR?
If we're going to do that, I would recommend that we not approve this till we have a smooth version in front of us to avoid any potential of not getting that typed correctly or having other changes made that are not specifically approved by the board. So if that's going to be the case, I will, and I agree that ought to happen. So I'll rescind my motion, and I would recommend to the chair that we make these changes and have this up for vote at as old business at the next meeting.
I'll accept that to my second.
Thank you.
Okay, the motion withdrawn on 3E 100 for a rewrite. We're getting there. There's two more here, right? VD 100? 5D 100? I'm sorry. VD. Yeah, get some military thing. I don't want to say VD. Okay, this is VD 100 or 5D 100. And how much red is in this one? Not too much. This one, again, if you can't read it, they just took out the word volunteer firefighter at the top. So now we have the four categories again. Firefighter, EMT, firefighter, EMT, and volunteer. I don't have to read this whole thing, do I? You guys just read it? Can you guys see it out there? Good. I don't want to read it.
It's just a follow-up, adding classifications of.
In that policy section, it took out the word "is up." If you can't read that, that's what's in red. Tell me what was slow if you read it.
I'm sorry, don't put your shoulder. How do you roll closer?
What they did under procedure, it looks like, is they added in the EMT, firefighter, EMT, and volunteer. Again, we got the four classifications all the time. So all of them read the same thing. Doesn't look like they've changed anything else in here. Change stuff there. The desired minimum qualifications for active firefighter, EMT, firefighter, EMT, and volunteer are, they took out must fill out an application and put in must fill out a volunteer application. Must be able to pass a physical exam and yearly thereafter. They took that out and put must pass an annual physical evaluation.
It just says must take.
Must take.
That's right, it says must take. Doesn't say must pass. And then the next one says must live within the Cmfpd response area. That's gone. I'm just reading this in red because I can't see it.
We don't have a doctor on staff. And so when we write, we say the word pass, now we have to define what is a pass. And now we have to evaluate what is a pass. So we have just opened Pandora's box of, do we have a good outcome or do we not? We say you have to take. Now they know from their physician and from our supplying physician, since we're going to supply the exam, hey, he's going to give them their stamp just back until 5 fires. And now it's on the
passes the exam.
It's not a pass, it's a take.
Is it in the fire service? I'm asking this from your experience with Boulder City, and I don't know the answer. Isn't there someone on the staff that after a person takes an exam, isn't there someone that determines whether that person is qualified or not?
What it is there's a document, a form that we laid on the physician, and it says it's got a job description. And then if that physician reads the job description and determines that the person can fulfill that job description, then we lay it all on them, and he signs that it's good to go. And if somebody gets injured, we take that back, and they have to go back to the doctor afterwards once they're rehabilitated, and the doctor again reads that and signs that, yeah, conducted a physical exam, and this person can meet all the expectations. So, yes, they're taking the exam, but we give the criteria. We don't say pass or fail. We would say this is what the job description entails. This is what the duties are related, and then we would lay that on the physician.
Right, and we're supplying the physician.
Okay, but he is saying it's not just take the exam and if you pass it or not.
He's following a criteria.
The physician, the liability is the rest of the physician. He's following the criteria saying, yes, they can fulfill the job description.
So we're not saying you have to pass it, we're just saying you have to take it. The physician's letting us know whether they're acceptable.
It's okay.
Right.
That's all I want.
And I have that just adjust it to our needs.
I just don't want somebody hurt.
Right. I mean, that makes sense.
I know they want to help.
Where did I see that?
This page
Oh, the
here,
driver's license. They have to have a Utah or a driver's license.
I think we changed it to that.
I think we changed that once because a lot of your part-timers only have Nevada driver's license.
We have a problem.
this thing right now says a valid Utah driver's license, and it wasn't changed. That's the word, it's right there. See where my cursor is?
No.
Our problem,
Somewhere on there.
Valid
they
Utah
changed it
driver's
to
license.
valid.
That was, it used to be driver's license because a lot of the people do not have a Utah driver's license because they're up here during the summer, and that would limit them. And even some of the people that live up here full time still have their cars licensed in Nevada and carry a Nevada driver's license.
because they don't have it, I'm sorry.
Point of order just a second. Jim was asking the question, they changed that once already.
Yes.
All my statement is it doesn't look like it's been changed by the policy committee. It says valid Utah driver's
Yeah, I
license.
see that. That's what I just said.
We
Right.
had changed it at one time. I don't know where it went,
I don't know what it was either.
but it was changed for that
Okay.
purpose.
This is the policy as we had it before we adjusted. I didn't change it. But the reason I believe that it says Utah driver's license is King County Hospital says if you're going to drive your vehicle, you got to have a Utah driver's license. So if you don't have a Utah driver's license, you can't drive. If we ever get the ambulance back, you couldn't drive their vehicle. The second part is in all these are the desired minimum qualifications.
Is this just for driving our vehicle?
It's part of the desired minimum qualifications. So they may not meet the desired minimum qualifications because they have a Nevada driver's license. It doesn't mean we can't
So
hire
they
them.
can't touch one of our vehicles?
No, absolutely, they're covered. They can drive it.
If they don't have Utah, they can't.
Right, but the desired minimum qualifications for any of those positions.
It's desired.
The key word
Desired.
is desired.
Yeah.
It's not mandatory, but we would prefer it.
I
Correct.
was gonna say, they used to use that, excuse me, Casey, they used to use that as preferred. Everything was preferred, but it didn't mean you had to have it. I'm sorry, Casey.
Oh, no, I'm just raising my hand.
Can you go to
Put it down.
Well, I have 2, maybe 3 people that are interested in being volunteers that don't have driver's license. They're 18 years old, they don't have driver's license. So I would, if it's preferred, that I can still bring them in. I just make sure that they wouldn't drive our vehicles, but they can still ride and pull hose and you know what I mean. And then once we get them to their driver's license, then
You're tasked with making the decision of whether or not you accept them as a volunteer. That is your entire responsibility. And since this is desired, if you elect to waive something on here, that's up to you.
okay.
You just have to, that's the reason the policy is written in this manner. You just have to be able to defend your action.
Okay.
So if, hey, they don't have it yet, no harm.
Yeah, we're just saying, here are the board's preferences.
Preferences.
Okay, so you know, here's what we'd like to see, basically.
All right, this is our goal.
And then if you got a good reason for not having one or more of these for somebody, it's your decision. This is just guidance.
Scared with dizzy, that's why.
Pumps are too fast, you can't see it.
The only other thing on here that they changed is they put a note on, you guys, you can read that, it's in green.
The last 3 bullets. Must obtain a Utah firefighter certification or training towards that certification. From the date of assignment to obtain active firefighter status within 12 months. 24. That used to be that was a desired rather than a required.
It's still under
It's still a minimum.
desire,
It's,
okay?
okay,
It's still under
as
the
long as
desired minimums.
it's recognized that maybe,
And I read this to say you must achieve the certification or be training towards that within 24 months, one of the two.
okay, okay.
Okay.
I think a lot of that should be left up to the chief. He wants everybody on his part certified. And I think that's his job.
That's desired, that's what the board desires, that you work towards that. Recognizing that you aren't going to achieve all those certifications in a few months.
Any other discussion?
No, I was just going to ask if we could possibly, once again, get a hard copy in front of us to see. I mean, to read it and see what it says.
Well, that's my fault, because Betty asked if we could, and I just don't want to kill a tree.
I understand that. I should plant a tree from you.
Well, I think that's a good basic policy.
What's that?
To have a hard copy so that there's no
Yeah.
misunderstandings whatsoever. So I would submit we do the same thing with this one that we did with the prior one and just say, we'll have a hard copy under old business for...
I would suggest that these things get done soon enough, instead of having a hard copy, to email them out to everybody. You got email. You can read electronically and make your notes, and then we're not killing the tree. You're still getting the same thing.
Right, and then I'm just reiterating what my suggestion was, is to look at hard copy, send an email, however you want to send it, so we can look at it and print it ourselves.
Ahead of time.
Pardon me?
Ahead of time, and then.
Ahead of time, and then just table this till the next meeting also.
I think it'd be faster too.
We actually did that with most of these
With two of them.
this time. Yeah, and but we still had some good discussion today that may not come up individually. So, the interaction is good, I think, also.
Gives us a chance to review them, to have a better discussion.
Yeah.
Is that the last one?
V-
6A101?
6A101.
Where are we going with this one? Oh, good stuff here. Is it on? Okay, the Cedar Mountain Fire Protection District Board of Trustees is back in session at 13:42 hours. There's a break in the tape because the battery had run out, so we recessed, although it's not on the tape that we had recessed. We're now back in session. The discussion centered around policy 6-A-101, and I'm going to ask for a motion that we also send this one out in an email so the board can look at it ahead of time instead of talking about it for 25 minutes and then deciding to send it out in an email.
So move.
Okay, so there's a motion on the table to do that, to send out these procedures. That's 3E100, 5D100, and 6A101 in an email so the board can look at it ahead of time, and we'll vote on these in the March meeting.
I'll second the motion.
And the motion's been seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Motion passes. I've got comments from the public before closed session, just so that you don't have to sit here. Is there any reason for us to go into closed session?
Yes. Investigate criminal proceedings regarding allegations of criminal misconduct.
Which one of the six is that? I'm sorry.
That's number 6.
Oh, okay. In that case, we'll take comments from the public, and then we'll have to go into closed session. Yes, sir.
Just for your own information, watching on KSL the other night, and Pam may even want this, but containers of fuel that for limited use for basically small engines is available in small containers, so you don't have a problem with ethanol fuel. So that might be a good thing. I don't know where it's readily available. I checked with Kent Bethridge first and see if, you can buy it by the case or whatnot, but I think it comes in one or quart or half gallon container.
Now, what you're talking about is the container itself?
No,
Okay.
the container doesn't contain alcohol.
Okay, you can finish the discussion. That's a good comment, Jerry, but do it after. Any other comments from the public? Yes, ma'am.
Right, quickly, on the chief's contract, there seems to be very little at the bottom about termination. Would, not that he's going to quit before his 2 years, he promised he won't, but would it not protect the board to have something in there that if the chief terminates, all benefits that were promised to him, will be null and void, or something to avoid what we're going to be doing with Chief Miller? Is that?
I thought part of the discussion was we were going to do it in the policy. No? Did I miss something?
I mean, Chief Miller quit, right, before his contract?
Not before, he didn't have a contract, Charles.
He had an
6
offer
months.
letter. He had an offer letter.
Right, but I mean, it was 6 months.
So he met that
He
requirement?
met that
Oh, okay.
requirement.
But then there's no provision for anything else to protect you after that, and protect the board, is there? And should there be? Am I making sense?
I know what you're saying. It does make sense, yes. We can, with the board, we can talk about this, the chief and I send out an email, because we already voted on the contract. We can add something in if everybody's in agreement to it, and I'm not trying to hide it from the public. That's a good point.
I just know if there was a standard hiring contract and provisions for termination, just a general.
Again, I don't know why we have a contract to begin with, but that's neither here nor there. We have one. And we were just trying to make it cleaner. So if we could do that, I'll talk with the chief, and then I'll email everybody, and if you agree with it, we'll just add it in. Or you want to hold off for another month?
There's a provision, isn't there, for modifying or amending that's already in there, in the one we approved? The last paragraph says it could be modified or amended, so my suggestion would be gather the information, talk to whoever you need to, come back to the board next month, and if we need to add an addendum to the contract, we can do it then.
It actually says...
Because we've already voted that we'll accept this one.
It actually says that it only has to be modifications to the agreement, only, I'm paraphrasing. Any amendment or modification to this contract or additional obligation assumed by either party in connection with this contract will only be binding if evidenced in writing by each party or authorized representative of each party. So that's the chairman and the, because that's who's signing it now, but we agreed that we'd only have the chairman and the chief. So I can put something in there, and he and I can agree on it, and it's a done deal. Everybody understand? Good point. Anybody else?
I would like to thank the board for a well-conducted and productive meeting. I especially appreciate the addition of the Pledge of Allegiance and prayer at the beginning. Thank you.
Thanks. Anybody else? Thank you. Okay, with that, I need a motion now. You have to say it again, Jay. A motion to go into closed session.
I make a motion to go into closed session for item number 6 in closed session, investigative proceedings regarding allegations of criminal misconduct.
Okay, there's a motion on the table to go into closed session for what he said, as I can't repeat it. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, it's been seconded. At this time, at 30...
It's got to be voted on.
Oh, that's right, I'm sorry. That's right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Opposed? Abstaining? We're going into closed session. It's 13:50 hours on February 8, 2014. This is the Cedar Mountain Fire Protection District Board of Trustees monthly meeting. The board has voted to go into closed session, so we're going to go into recess.